The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeals hearing for September 21st, 2021 is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the provisions of an act extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency that was signed by Governor Baker on June 16, 2021. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings that it adopted during the COVID-19 pandemic until April 1st, 2022. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. Raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to hearing by telephone, please press #3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. Do not raise your hand before the relevant address is called, or the meeting host will not know to call on you at the appropriate time. These instructions will be repeated throughout the hearing. So today, in the absence of the regular chair, Christina Raggio, my name is Mark Ehrlich, and I will be acting as chair, and I will take a roll call attendance of board members. Mr. Fortune.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Dong.
Good morning, present.
Good morning. Mr. Ligris.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Ruggiero.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Kindell.
Mr. Chair.
Good morning. And I'd also like to welcome Bethany Patton, a new board member to this hearing. She will be acting as an observer for today. Bethany, are you there?
I'm here, thank you.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning.
And finally, for the roll call, is Jeff Hampton from the BPDA there?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Okay, Mr. Fortune will now begin with the call of the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, that was a Freudian slip. I'm probably going to do that a couple of times today.
There's a limit of 3.
The first order of business is the approval of the hearing minutes for July 13, 2021, July 27, 2021, August 10, 2021, August 24, 2021, and August 31st, 2021. We need a motion.
Can I have
the minutes?
Oh, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those approved? All those opposed? The minutes are approved.
Calling the first extension for 9:30, calling BOA 719-823 29A Street. Mr. Chair, this will be their third extension if we grant it today. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Chairman, members, this is the third request. It would be the last request. My client is begging the indulgence of the board for one final extension. He wants to commence the project, but he's been having trouble relocating his existing business at 29 A Street. This is a scrap metal yard. His preference is to stay in the city of Boston. He is not going out of business, but as the board can imagine, it's been quite difficult to secure a location within Boston for a scrap metal yard, which is an industrial use. He recognizes that the board cannot allow this to go on forever, but he did ask me to make one final request for an extension.
So, Mr. Moranci, when was the original application filed? Approved, I should
I'm sorry.
say. When was it approved?
This was approved in 17, I believe.
2017, and during all that time, he's been looking for another location? That's 4 years.
Now, yeah, additionally, Mr. Chairman, I mean, he's ready to move forward now. The first extensions I requested were due to a title issue which had arisen. There was a title dispute with an abutter, which did not allow him to move forward. Then came COVID, which I understand impacted everybody. So after that, he's got the title issue resolved. COVID slowed him down. He's been looking in earnest for the past year for a location within the city, but hasn't been able to find one. He doesn't want to leave the city, but he either will have to do that or abandon this relief.
Okay, and when does the current extension expire?
It expired yesterday.
Okay. All right. Make it clear that this will be the last extension granted by the board.
Because with the tolling, he gets basically another year in the toll. So I'm fine with the 1 year extension from today.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion, yep.
I'll second that, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The extension passes for 1 year, Mr. Moranci.
Thank you, and understood.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 853-785-68 Forest Street. Mr. Chair, this would be the second extension if we do grant it today. Name and address for the record, please.
And Mr. Fortune, when does this one expire?
Hold on, Mr. Chair. Get that to you in 2 seconds.
68 Forest Street.
Yep, you've been unmuted, sorry.
So they got their approval back on March 1st of 2019. So it expired on March 1st of 2021. I'm sorry. This is the second extension.
This is the letter.
Well, the request for a second extension, right? Yeah. Okay, is the applicant on?
Yes,
Name and address for the record, please.
it's Eunice Williams. He's right here. 187 Indian Lane, Canton, Massachusetts.
Okay, can you explain why you need an extension?
Well, we were not able to get all the documents needed for the Boston Water and Sewer and so forth because of COVID. And so, we just got everything now and we'd like to go ahead and proceed. So we're looking for an extension.
Okay, well, it is now near the end of September, and your first extension expired on March 1st. So why didn't you come before this board in the last 6 months?
Well, a lot of things happened in the last 6 months. I had not only COVID, I had a heart attack. I have a new, glad to say I have a new aortic valve replaced, made out of cow tissue, 2 bypass transplant, and I'm still on the mend, but
Okay, if an extension is granted today, are you prepared to go forward immediately?
yes.
Okay, I would entertain a motion for a year from the date of expiration. It's not a good precedent to have gone for so long without seeking extension. Can I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll motion for a year extension from the date of expiration.
Is there a second?
I'll second Eric.
Okay, so you've got till March 1st of next year.
We didn't take the vote, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 701-484-331 Columbia Road. Mr. Chair, this should be their third extension if we do approve this today. Name and address for the record, please.
And again, when did the second one expire?
You'd ask these tough questions, huh?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Robert Nichols. Oh, sorry.
Hold on, sir. Sorry.
No problem.
We scheduled it to January 12th of 2020. We granted a one-year extension to September 22nd to 2021.
Okay,
So it expires next week.
Okay.
Well, it expires tomorrow.
okay, thank you.
Address for the record, please. Sorry.
No problem. Robert Nichols, 300 A Street, South Boston. That's a business address for us. And this particular parcel, we had lended on it originally and ended up taking it back through foreclosure during COVID. And so we got the plans originally extended in January. We received our extension approval on April 14th, and we submitted all documentation to the BPDA in July. We were still waiting to hear back, but we're ready to go forward with securing a permit as soon as the BPDA finishes their review process. And we won't need any further extensions after this. We're ready to get going with the project.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve one-year extension?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, you're all set.
Thank you, guys.
Calling the first case for building code, calling case BOA 1229831, 839 Saratoga Street. This was a change of occupancy of 6 units in residential to 6 parking spaces with roof deck and hatch access. The building code violation, the 9th edition 780 CMR 1011 stairways, 1011.12.2 roof access. Where a stairway is provided to a roof, access to that roof shall be provided through a penthouse complying with the section 1510.2. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself from this.
I too need to recuse myself.
Okay, that leaves us with a 5-member board, so it has to be unanimous for this to get approved. Go ahead from the applicant.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Richard Lins, business address at 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, Volney Capital, Mr. Chairman, the board approved this back in August of 2020 for 6 units with off-street parking in a 4-story building. The plans that were submitted at the time did include a head house. The board included a proviso that the roof deck would be permitted, provided that no head house was included. Accordingly, we've resubmitted to request for removal of the head house, which triggered the building code violation. And consistent with the board's practice, we're requesting relief to construct the roof deck without the head house.
Mr. Robinson, do you have the drawings?
Yes, I've reviewed the drawings and they're consistent with the approval and also our motion before.
Okay, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to support, approve.
That motion.
All those in favor?
Secretary. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And I vote in favor as well in order to have the 5 votes. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case for building code, calling BOA 1224884, 121 Hobbs Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 2 to a 4-unit residential dwelling by constructing a 2-story vertical addition with new rear decks and roof decks. The building code violates the 9th edition 780 CMR 1011 stairways, 1011.12.2 roof access. Where a stairway is provided to a roof, access to that roof shall be provided through a penthouse complying with section 1510.2. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Gary Carter. Similar to the last case, Mr. Chairman, this board approved the zoning relief back in April of this year. Included with the original plans was the head house. The board included a similar proviso in which the head house would not be permitted if the roof deck were allowed. Accordingly, we're back before the board for the building code relief.
Okay, again, Mr. Robinson, have you seen the plans?
Yes, everything's in order per our review previously.
Can I have a motion then?
Yeah,
I'll make a motion to approve.
Can I just make a comment real quick?
Yep.
Just this is a common practice of the board. It would be nice to see this not have to come back here. So in the future, maybe the attorney who is here a lot can bring that back to his clients. So
I think, Mr. Ruggiero, I think because it involves a building code violation, we are required to do it, I think. But you're right, this is basically a de minimis kind of, this is almost like a board final arbiter thing.
yeah, and it could have been looped into the previous when he came the first time. That's all I'm saying. But I support the motion.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification quickly, a lot of these are legacy type cases where the original plan that is submitted for purpose of compliance with the building code, and these are just basically being cleaned up. I can inform the board, as you will see probably today, a number of the projects that we do submit now, we do eliminate the head house when it is a fourth story on the building. So we do recognize the board's position on this and have adopted that.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
We're going to call the 9:30 cases for deferrals or withdrawals. If you can give me the address first, please. So this is for 9:30 only, deferrals or withdrawals.
70 Shasheen, Mr. Secretary.
I'm sorry, Mr. Counselor, say that again?
70 Shasheen.
Okay, thank you. Calling BOA 1222307, 70 Shawsheen Road. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Mr. Chairman, despite us having a good level of support and making significant changes to this project, we've been asked by neighborhood services and the district councilor to consider having one further conversation with the neighborhood. We're in favor of that. We're happy to do that, and we're asking for a very brief deferral if possible. We believe that ONS is able to get an abutters meeting scheduled very quickly, and we're hoping to get back before the board relatively quickly on this.
Motion to defer, Mr. Chair, to first available.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We have a date?
Well, we can't squeeze in on October 19th at 12:30.
That works for me. Thank you.
So it'll be October 19th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have another deferral request. Lamesh?
Address?
Yeah, 81 Cedar Street in Roxbury. Oh, sorry, 150 Quincy Street, sorry.
150 Quincy, okay. For the record, calling BOA 1212283 150 Quincy Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Lamech Palmer, at 81 Cedar Street in Roxbury.
And why are you seeking a deferral?
So we're seeking a deferral because we just received a notice that one of the neighborhood associations, Project Right, would like to meet with us, which we're fine with doing. They want to meet with us on October 6th. So we're just like a little deferral so we can, have a conversation with them.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Motion to defer to next available.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We have a date?
Yeah, just squeezed into the last case for 1019 at 12:30. Now we're into November and December. Be at
Okay.
12:30 on October 19th.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. A deferral on 7 Columbus Square.
I'm sorry, say the address again?
7 Columbus Square.
Okay, for the record, calling BOA 1226846 7 Columbus Square. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good morning. Adam Barnowski, 255 State Street in Boston, attorney for the petitioner. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're seeking a limited deferral on this application. The reason for this request is to conduct additional community outreach. The applicant has met with the neighbors on 4 different occasions, but as of last night, there has been a request from members of the community to conduct an additional meeting to answer any additional questions that the community may have. We are seeking a limited deferral, if available, to October or the earliest available date thereafter. We don't anticipate this is going to take a long period of time, and this application process has been somewhat lengthy to date. So any attention that the board can have to approving the deferral request and putting it on for October would be greatly appreciated.
Mr. Chair, motion to defer to first available.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yep.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
So as I said before, the last case took the 19th, so now we're at 11/16, so November 16th will be the date at 12:30.
Okay.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? Hearing none, Mr. Chair, I'm going to call the first case.
Mr. Secretary, can I ask a quick question? Is not 680 Mass Ave, is that an administrative deferral?
Right.
That was or withdrawal?
I was going to ask the same thing.
It was a withdrawal. I mean, it's in the notice. I just wanted to make sure.
Hi, Eric, this is Tom. I spoke with the applicant for that one yesterday. I believe he was going to request a deferral because he's missing the G-Cod stuff that he needs. Christian is not here today, but I've gotten the communications from him, so I don't know if the applicant's having trouble getting on or what the status of the case is, really. There's also some other questions about, apparently when his attorney filled out the application for the board appeal and the permit, he put the wrong applicant's information down, so there's like a clerical error with that as well. So we were trying to get them to defer to resolve those issues.
Wait, so I'm confused, Tom. So were they asking for a deferral or a withdrawal?
Just a deferral.
Okay.
I think the confusion was that the original applicant was going to withdraw, like the named applicant was going to withdraw as the applicant, and we were going to replace that with the correct person.
Okay, and is the applicant here to request that withdrawal, or are we going to treat it as an administrative request?
I told them to show up here to request today.
Mr. Chair, if you want, we can just go through the motions here, and then if they show up in the interim.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
So calling the first case for 9:30, calling BOA 1212777, 486 to 490 Bennington Street. This is the new construction of a 4-story with ground floor, contains a studio-style dwelling unit and 8 additional residential units on upper floors, 3 upper floors, and 6 indoor parking spaces. The violations, Article 27G, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 12, FAR is max. Article 53, Section 12, building height is max. Article 53, Section 12, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 12, open space required is insufficient. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking. Article 53, Section 57, street wall continuity. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Richard Lins, business address 245 Summer Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, who is the MG2 group. I'm not sure if Mr. Ruggiero is on at this time. I typically recuse myself.
I need to recuse myself from this as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this proposal is located on the Main Street of East Boston, Bennington Street, closest to Orient Heights section, probably in between that and Day Square. Our proposal is to demolish the existing structure that is on the site, about 3,700 square feet, and propose to construct a new 9-unit, 4-story building. This would contain 6 parking spaces off-street, and as I said, 9 residential units, averaging about 960 square feet per unit. Most of the units are 2-bedroom. There are 2 single-bedroom units as well. We did have a robust community process on this. Originally, this project involved ground-level retail. We heard from direct abutters and concerns over incorporating that into the project and then instead eliminated the ground level retail and proposed 6 off-street parking spaces. Again, this project being located very close to the Wood Island Blue Line train stop presents a good opportunity for housing that is accessible to public transit. It is also located on a bus line that services both the Orient Heights and the remainder of the East Boston community. With respect to the unit sizes, the ground level unit is a studio, just under 500 square feet. The 2 bedrooms range in size from a little over 800 square feet up to about 1,390 square feet. We do propose a roof deck for this building that would not be accessed by head house. We do incorporate a request to allow this to be accessed without a head house, which will require separate building code relief. With respect to the relief that's necessary, this property is located in the neighborhood shopping district, so a multifamily residential use is an allowed use in this district. We do require relief for some of the dimensional requirements, including the floor to area ratio, which we are proposing at a 2.81. And the height of the building would stand at about 43, almost 44 feet. The height of this building being located on a main boulevard in the community, we feel is consistent with the planning objectives under the East Boston Interim Planning Overlay District, where the BPDA's preliminary recommendations looks at including higher buildings along the main streets in the East Boston community and the boulevards, such as Bennington Street. We also require relief with respect to the rear yard. Because this would be a shallow lot condition, we would be eligible to reduce the required rear yard from 20 feet to 10 feet. We are proposing a condition of about 3.1 feet. However, if you look at the plan, we do have an overview. I believe we can slide to the overview in the presentation. Located directly behind us is the parking lot for the First Priority Credit Union that is used for off-street parking for the bank. They are a direct abutter and have expressed support for the proposal, including the setback relief that we're requesting. I do also have our architect, Eric Zackerson, who's available to answer any questions of the board.
So this would encompass nine units, a studio and eight regular units, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what are the sizes of the units?
So the studio is 480 square feet. The 1 bedrooms are just around 600 square feet. One is 625 and one is 595. The 2 bedrooms range from 810 square feet up to about 1,390 square feet. So the overall average, Mr. Chairman, of the unit size is about 950 square feet.
And the current building that is going to be demolished is what? A single family, 2 family? What is it?
It's correct. It is a single family, and again, somewhat of an outlier for this zoning district being in the neighborhood shopping district. We have done the due diligence with respect to any historical significance that this building has. According to the Macros database, there is no inventory or significance for this building, so we're not expecting any prolonged Article 85 process, assuming this project is approved.
Okay, I was not so much asking about the historic quality, although that's a good point, but it seems a rather sharp uptick in density to go from 1 to 9.
Sure. If I can explain that, Mr. Chairman, so if we can, I believe I do have an overview of the site. If you got an idea of the context for the area, immediately adjacent to our property is also another parking lot. And again, to the rear would be a parking lot, and to the left would be a commercial building, which is the First Priority Credit Union. So the single family is somewhat of an island onto the surrounding context in the area. Located directly across the street is a cemetery as well. As I said, being in the neighborhood shopping district, these types of uses tend to be more compatible, including multifamily residential or mixed use. And then the proximity, again, to Day Square and Wood Island train station makes this a unique opportunity, certainly for this particular site, for this type of housing.
Okay, and so let's focus on this slide in particular. Forgetting for the moment the bank and the parking lots, the various residential buildings that are to the right, both on Bennington and the street in the rear. What's the typical size in terms of unit size of those buildings?
So as you travel up Bennington Street, Mr. Chairman, you do have a mix on both sides of the street. You have some commercial, but you also have some 1, 2, and 3 unit buildings as you go up that section of Bennington Street. Immediately behind it on Saratoga Street, you do have a number of multifamilies, including several multifamilies that are either ongoing construction or just completing construction, not the least of which is a 30-unit building directly behind on the street on Saratoga Street.
And it also seems, I understand it's a sort of an anomalous plot there, surrounded by parking lots, but it also seems like basically your building has taken up virtually every square inch of the lot. There's almost close to 100% lot coverage. That concerns me as well.
Understood. And again, the purpose of that is to accommodate a couple of things. First, the parking at the lower level, as well as the design that we just felt was a bit more consistent with the layout and the proximity to the commercial structure to our left.
What's the size of the curb cut into the garage, and also what's the size of the parking spots?
If we can jump back to the site plan that shows the lower level.
Yeah. The curb cut, the curb cut would be 12 feet, and the parking spaces, I believe, are all full-size, 3 full-size and 3 compact spaces. So 8.5 by 20, and then the compacts are 7 by 18.
Okay. How are the drawings, Mr. Robinson?
The drawings look good. I do have one question for the proponent. So you mentioned a roof deck. There is no roof deck shown on the drawings that I have. It seems, are you referring to the setback of the 4th floor? Or is there?
That's correct, Mr. Robinson. The actual roof decks above the 4th floor were removed during the neighborhood process. So we have walkout decks on the 4th floor. Okay.
And then I think I do have some reservation about the sort of lot fillage, I guess. Can you explain to me on the right-hand side as you're facing the building, and it sort of is represented a little bit more in the renderings, it looks like a common path by, because you're showing only 3 feet 2 inches of side yard setback, which I understand is not a violation because of the neighborhood shopping, but it looks to be much greater in your rendering as a through block connection of some sort where there's people with a carriage. Can you just confirm or make sure we're understanding what the relationship of the building to the site is on that side?
Yeah, we're correct. That's correct. We're about 3 feet 2 inches away. We think the rendering may be a little off, but the fence is not exactly on the property line, and that's a surface lot next to the right of us.
Okay. And then I think, I know the BPDA noted some concern with relationship to the bays and the street trees on the street alignment issue. Is there any flexibility in sort of making some of those adjustments to respect the existing tree canopy along that street? Because I do think those are some trees that should be, kept if possible. And it seems like you're right on top of them.
We could certainly look at that, yes, if that's a requirement or a suggestion.
Okay, let me ask at this point before testimony, since Mr. Robinson raised the BPDA concerns. Mr. Hampton, what is the view of the BPDA on this project?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we recommend it's an hour without prejudice. We think that the project's just way too big. And to further expand on not only this case, but I'm sure that you have seen on several of the cases in East Boston today, we've recommended denial. We're in the middle of a plan East Boston, and everything is just getting to be too big, too dense, too fast. So you'll see that in a lot of our recommendations today, whether it be height, FAR, lot coverage. But yeah, this particular case was troubling with the lot coverage.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the project?
Mr. Chair, before you go to testimony, Mr. D'Amico has spoke on this. I'd like to put his testimony into the record.
Please.
Regarding 486, 490, sorry. 486, 490 Bennington. Although the proposal does not supply enough parking, BTD would like to suggest approval from their perspective due to the proximity of the site to the MBTA Wood Island Station.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's go to the public testimony.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, the applicant addressed several of the concerns of the abutters, including density and the design of the building, and we received 3 letters of support from direct abutters for this proposal. Thank you.
Is the ONS concerned about the density, about going from 1 unit to 9 units?
So that was something that we heard during the community process, and the main concern as well was that they were proposing a store on the first floor, so that was removed based on the feedback of the community.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
And Mr. Chair, we do have 2 raised hands. One is for Sandra, but she's here for a different project. But I do have Bill. Are you looking to give testimony on this?
Mr. Chair, before testimony of the secretary here, we do have letters of support and letters of opposition.
And what is, Mr. Secretary, what is the opposition based on?
To Mr. Hampton's point, the density.
Okay.
All right, and Bill, go ahead. Are you looking to give testimony for this project?
Yes, I am. Excuse me, Bill Masterson, East Boston, 65 Lewis Street, East Boston. With Tree Eastie, I share the same concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board. Share the same concerns relative to the trees that are on the street, making sure that they continue to remain and not be replaced, because those are mature trees that have been there for probably 20 years plus. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And then Colby, looking at you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Colby Mazzarella, 15 Horace Street, East Boston. So I'm just like on 1 back street away from this, pretty much, about a block and a half away. I don't understand where the shopping area is anywhere near this lot. The only place you could buy anything within a block would be off of Bennington Street, a used car lot, a very small used car lot, or off of Bennington Street, on the parallel Saratoga Street, there's a tiny little corner store. That's not even on the same block.
Yeah, well, the neighborhood shopping is a zoning category. So, what is your feeling about the project itself?
Well, I just wanted to be accurate about if it's like, how far, like, someone asked what's the kind of housing to the right when we were talking about the picture. I just wanted to be accurate.
Okay, but are you in support or in opposition to the project?
I think it's a little too dense for the traffic around here.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else, Madam Ambassador?
Mr. Chair, I have no additional raised hands for this proposal.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to deny without prejudice. I just think it's just too dense for the site, and I think there's some relationship issues to the street that in the rear that I just don't think are that easily addressed in a BPDA design review. So I think there's some merit here for this project, and I think I understand it, but I think it needs to go back to the drawing board.
I'll second that motion, Secretary.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm sorry, did I hear somebody?
Yes, Ligris, I oppose. I oppose denial.
Okay, and Mr. Ruggiero has recused himself, correct? And so that means, so I will vote in favor of the motion, so the motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 122-2066-304 Sumner Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 3 to a 4 residential unit, constructed 2-story vertical addition and a 4-story rear addition with rear and front decks for Unit 4, and renovate the existing structure. The violation is Article 27T-5. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restriction. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Mr. Chairman, this is a pre-existing three-family row house located in the Jeffreys Point section of East Boston. If I could have Madam Ambassador bring up the rendering, probably help a little bit more with the explanation for the proposal. The change of occupancy would involve an addition, as well as changing the unit count from 3 to 4. These are all generously sized units, a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units, ranging in size from about 1,100 square feet up to about 1,260 square feet once completed. This is very consistent with a number of the properties on that side of Sumner Street, including a number of projects that either have undergone rehabilitation or have changed over time. With respect to the relief that's necessary, this is located at 3F 2000 district. I'm not sure that this is the rendering for this project. I think I'm seeing 490 Bennington Street.
No, the rendering's accurate on my screen.
I'm sorry. Maybe
Might as well.
I apologize. So with respect to the relief that would be necessary, this does comply with the minimum lot size as it's a little over 2,000 square feet, which is the minimum lot size for the district. We would require relief for the additional unit that is being proposed for the additional lot area. We do meet the requirements with respect to lot frontage and lot width. However, the height of the building would be increased slightly above the 35-foot height limit that's permitted, up to 40 feet 9 inches. The number of stories as well, going from 3 to 4, and the increase from the current FAR up to a 2.7 for the floor-area ratio. We also do require for the addition that is being proposed, the requirement is 2.5 feet. However, as this is a row house, any addition to the rear of this building would actually be within the 2.5 foot setback. And we do also require relief for parking for the additional unit that is being proposed. And again, consistent with, I think, the past practice of this board, creating, even if it were possible, creating one off-street parking space to comply with the code is probably not preferable, including adding a curb cut that would take away from existing on-street parking. I'm happy to answer any questions of the board with respect to this proposal.
Okay, Mr. Lynn, I actually meant to ask this last one as well as this. Are you this project in a flood zone? Is that a concern?
This project and the previous project were not in the flood zone.
Okay. So you've got 3 units now. You're going to end up with 4 with the addition. Is the 4th unit? Are the other 3 units unchanged? Is just the extra space, the addition will accommodate the 4th unit?
And again, I'm having a little hard time seeing the screen, Mr. Chairman, so if we could scroll, I don't know if we're scroll down to the actual floor plan, but there is a reprogramming of the entire building because it does involve an extension of the rear of the building as well. So it would be a full reprogramming of the building, which would obviously result in upgrade to life safety.
Okay, so there's extra space on the rear of the building on each of the existing floors, and then a new floor with its own separate unit, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and what will the square? It looks like the square footages are ample, but can you go ahead and say what each floor?
Sure. The two bedrooms are 1,100 and 1,200 square feet, and then the 3 bedrooms are 1,250 square feet each.
Okay. And the height of the building you said is 40 foot 9 inches?
That is correct.
How does that compare to adjacent buildings?
That section of Sumner Street, Mr. Chairman, does have a mix of 3- and 4-story buildings. There are a number of probably pre-depression era three-story buildings that actually have good size exposed foundations, so they do sit a little bit higher than a typical triple decker today, but generally consistent with the surrounding area that's in that neighborhood.
But, well, that's not quite answering my question. The height, 40'9", is that the same, lower, higher than most of the adjacent buildings?
Slightly higher than what we have along that section of Sumner Street, but there are four-story buildings on that side.
I'm not asking about the story. I'm asking about the height.
I'm sorry. Yeah, correct. So consistent with other heights in that area.
Okay. How are the drawings, Mr. Robinson?
The drawings are good. I concur. I think it's meets the context. It does have a fourth floor setback that is providing an outdoor space for the fourth floor, unit 4, that I think aligns better with the adjacent roof edges. There's no roof deck on the top, just for everybody's sake, and there is no basement dwelling unit. So no questions.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Ruggiero.
So my question is more regards to the rear extension. So what is it currently, and what's the rear yard setback now, and what is it going to be?
So we're not cited for rear. We do comply with rear yard. We are proposing a condition of about 36.5 feet. The 30-foot setback is the minimum requirement. So even we do have a little bit of room, Mr. Ruggiero, to add some addition back to the back of the building.
Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the proponent?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. This proposal received support from Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association, and as well we received 5 letters of support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Michael Vanetti from the Office of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I do have a raised hand. Caller 10, you've been unmuted. This is a 781290 number. Are you here to give testimony for this proposal?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Steve Schuman. I'm calling regarding case BOA 1050100 regarding 680 Massachusetts Avenue.
Okay, we're not on that project at the moment, and that has been deferred. So thank you for participating.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Yep, we're all set. The other raised hand is for someone else who's presenting at a later date.
Okay. Then in that case, can I have a motion, please? Oh, before we do that, just Mr. Hampton, did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We recommend denial without prejudice. Again, to my previous statement on the last case with the planning that's going on, we're seeing a lot of projects come forward trying to go bigger, more dense. So we recommended denial without prejudice because of the height on this.
Okay, although on this one, it seems like the height is, well, forget the stories for the moment, but the actual height is consistent with the neighboring buildings. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, it appears to be, but we're trying to be consistent on our recommendations in the neighborhoods where we have planning studies to go right now. So that's why we're basing this, even though it is somewhat similar, it is still a little taller. And we're just trying to be consistent with our recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1202617, 226 Hobbs Street. This is a change box from a 1 to a 4 residential dwelling by erecting an addition with rear decks and 3 parking spaces in the rear. The violation is Article 27G. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, 4-family use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking requirement. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, building height is excessive in feet. And Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record.
Chair, Ligris will recuse himself on this matter.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Lenz, business address 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. With me is Eric Zackerson, the project architect for this as well. This proposal is located close to the Central Square section of East Boston on Harp Street. It actually is a pre-existing one-family structure. Our proposal would be to renovate, preserve the existing structure, renovate, and add an addition that will change the occupancy from a single family to a 4-unit dwelling. We would also be proposing a total of 3 parking spaces on site. As this is located in the 3F 2000 district, some relief under Article 53 that would be necessary includes the use as multifamily. 4 units would be forbidden, up to 3 units would be allowed. We do comply with the requirements for lot width and lot frontage at 25 feet. We also meet the requirements for the minimum lot size of 2,500 square feet. The total height of the building, and if we could, I'm not sure if we're at, yeah, there we go. Total height of the building would actually be 39.25 feet. And what we've tried to do, and I'll let Eric explain this a little bit differently, we've done a number of projects on this section of Harp Street where 4-unit buildings are now pretty common. We do have a number of the pre-existing 3-story dwellings that sit at about 36 to 37 feet in height. But we did also incorporate the pitched roof, which is reflective of some of the styles that we do see on that section of Harp Street for some of the smaller buildings further down closer to the square. But we really were striving to achieve something that was consistent in the overall height that we do see on that section of Harp Street. We also do require relief. We are cited for parking. Because this would be a 4-unit building, the parking violation would actually require a total of 5 spaces. However, we view Article 53 as only requiring additional spaces for the additional units proposed, since this is already a pre-existing condition. Again, both Eric Zackerson and I are available to answer any questions of the board.
Okay, so this is going from a 1 to a 4. So you've got a pitched roof, but you also have dormers, right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
I can't tell quite from the drawing. The dormers run the full length of the building. So the look is not really so much as a pitched roof, is it?
Well, the dormers are set back 3 feet from the front facade, but then beyond that, they would run the length of the building, correct?
Right. I mean, it's 3 feet, so there's a visual separation. Yeah, okay. And again, just in terms of the height, 39.25, how does that compare to adjacent buildings?
I would say generally consistent with the height that we see in that section of Harp Street.
And what is the use in the basement?
I can let Mr. Zackerson answer that.
It'll remain storage, a little bit of common mechanical. None of the units extend into the basement.
Okay. And I mean, just because it's East Boston, I'm asking, the flood zone is not an issue on this address?
Not at this address. Flood zone is actually located 1 street over further back.
Yeah, okay. All right, how are the drawings? And just a unit size, can you just walk us through that?
Sure. The 1-bedroom unit, Mr. Chairman, is about 700 square feet, and then the remaining 2-bedroom units are slightly over 830 to about 840 square feet each.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, how are the drawings?
The drawings are fine, no questions on those. I just have one question, which I just want to make sure I understand. We received this sort of an email from, it looks like maybe the rear abutter related to an easement or drive link. Can you just make sure we understand what's going on with that? Just, I'm not sure I quite understand, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, thank you. Good question, Mr. Robinson. So with respect, if we go to our site plan, we do show I think it's roughly 5-foot setback on our left side of our building There's easement rights to allow for access to the rear of our property. Obviously, we would not be blocking any of that access to allow for the abutting property owner as well to be able to access their property. But we do have the ability to access the rear of our property over shared easement rights to the left of the building.
Okay, so that'll remain in place.
That is
because you're
correct.
basically reusing the existing footprint of the building. Okay. Great. No questions. More.
So the parking is accessed on the left side of the building, and there are 3 spaces in the rear?
I believe we go back to the site plan. Yes, they were showing 3.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. D'Amico spoke on that, if you'd like me to put his comments into the record.
Please, yes.
Disregarding 226 Harv Street, aside from the issue of access through a shared driveway, the area is too tight to accommodate 3 vehicles. In order to provide adequate maneuverability, the number of spaces should be reduced to 2 spaces on a 45-degree angle. That's Mr. D'Amico.
Okay, what are, for the architect, what are the current size of the spaces?
There are 2 full-size spaces that are 9 by 20 and 1 compact that is 7.5 by 18.
There he is.
Okay, and this is the issue of the shared, can you explain, Mr. Lynn, the issue of the shared driveway?
I believe we go back to the site plan. If we could scroll back up. Maybe I'm just having a little lag on mine. I'm not sure if the site plan is up on your screen, but the site plan would show a setback. I believe it's 5.
That's right there. That's good. Yep.
Yeah, I believe that there's some setback on the left side that shows the width of the passage area on our property, and then also share with the adjoining property.
And is there, what's the legal arrangement with the abutter?
So that would be easement. My understanding is that's an easement that allows for access.
Pre-existing?
Correct.
Okay.
So
Okay, any questions on the board?
Yeah, I have a question on the parking and how to get there and such. I'm looking at Google Street View, and it looks like there's a light post in the middle of the driveway. Whose property is that on?
Bear with me 1 second, Mr. Ruggiero. I'm just calling up. I'm going to call up my plan as well. Hold on 1 second.
Mr. Ruggiero, are you referring to the rear of the driveway?
Yeah, so it looks like, yeah, there's a light post to the rear of the driveway. There's a fence back there. It seems like it's tight to get cars back there. That's all I'm concerned about. It's one thing to show the spots, to Mr. D'Amico's point, it's one thing to show those spots on this drawing, but feasibility seems a little difficult.
So I'm just calling out my site plan because I'm having some lag on the computer. But hold on 1 second, Mr. Ruggiero. So you're talking about the site plan itself?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's even shown on the site plan with that circle 3/4 of the way down from the street. That looks like it's the light pole I'm talking about. Who's that on?
You're correct, Mr. Chair. It is the actual proposed building. If you go to the level 1 floor plan, is actually set back even further. So it looks as if the vehicles can slide under the building. Is where to expand that access through is if you go to A10.
Yeah, if we're talking about the circle, Mr. Ruggiero, that's identified on the site plan, that looks like it's within our property boundary anyhow. So that shouldn't be an issue for us.
So here you can see how the building on the first floor steps back and increases at that pinch point.
So a car's got to come in and then get closer to the building and then continue down.
Yes, I mean that's what it's shown. I'm not advocating for that. That's just what's shown on the drawings. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the project?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services facilitated an abutters meeting on June 3rd, 2021, where the applicant addressed the concerns of the abutters, and this proposal received support from Maverick Central Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Michael Benetti from the Office of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, we have one letter of support from Maverick Square as well, and we also have a letter of opposition, just one letter of opposition.
And what's that based on, Mr. Fortune?
Well, it's a woman who's opposed to all projects that are happening in East Boston, so just to growing up, community, children. She opposed the previous two projects as well, but it didn't show up until I got the third file here, so.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I have no raised hands for this proposal.
Okay, and Mr. Hampton, would you like to speak on this one as well?
I was wondering if you were going to ask that. It would be the same as the last hearing with the excessive height. I know you're going to say, from a contextual point of view, it's not that bad, and I tend to agree with you. But it's just a Richard Lynn's project, and we don't like it today. That's all. Just being consistent. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hampton. Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the following proviso. That I don't even know how to word this. I'll take help from anyone on the board that.
Something with the driveway?
Something with the driveway and bringing the rear of the building off the property line even more so cars have a safe way to get back there.
Well, possibly we can, if we can suggest that this could have not only BPDA review, but BTD review, then that would address your concerns.
Yeah, and I just want to be specific on what the review is for, to pull that building away from the property line, so that way cars can pass safely to the rear of the building.
Okay, so the motion is for approval, BPDA review and BTD review for safe passage of the vehicles. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1223820, 14B Geneva Street. This is new construction of 4 residential units, 4 stories with roof deck, 4 ground level parking spaces. The violations, Article 25, Section 5, flood hazard district. Article 53, Section 9, side yards insufficient. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restriction. Article 53, Section 57.2, conformity with existing building alignment. Article 53, Section 9, the additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the lot width is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Mark Stavatsky. I'm a member of the development team for the proposed project at 14B Geneva Street, and my address for the record is 4 Payne Street, Dorchester, Mass. 02122. I'm joined today by Philip Sima of Balance Architects. 14B Geneva Street is currently a vacant lot on a private way. The proposed project calls for the erection of a new 4-unit, 4-story building with 4 parking spaces at grade. Geneva Street is a private way, and as part of the community process, the development team has also agreed to pave this private way, which is currently a dirt road. The unit mix consists of 2 1-bed, 1-bath units, as well as 2 3-bed, 2.5-bath units. And the square footages of those units range from 650 square feet to approximately 1,500 square feet. There are 2 private roof decks, which are approximately 11 feet by 15 feet, Each of these roof decks are exclusive use to units 3 and 4 respectively, and they'll be accessed via a hatch instead of a head house. We're aware that that would require a variance from the building code, and we would plan to seek that relief from the state separately. Under Article 53, there are a number of variances which I'm happy to run through. The plans examiner cited Article 25, Section 5 Flood Hazard District. We've spoken with the Conservation Commission. This is not in their jurisdiction. This would not fall under special hazard. This is an undetermined flood zone district. Nonetheless, and in preparation for climate change, we have moved all the mechanicals up, and there's no living space at the ground floor, which largely contributes to the fourth story. Our side yard is insufficient. We require a 5-foot minimum, whereas we have 4.5 feet on our left and 1.5 foot on our right. Off-street parking insufficient. We have 4 spaces, 6 would be required. This falls under the iPod. Roof structure restrictions was cited, likely in error, as this is a new structure and there is no restricted roof structure on a new building. Conforming with existing building alignment at the front wall of our building lines up with the modal alignment. However, we shifted one of the decks from the side to the front, and in doing so, that triggered the front yard setback. Moving along, the additional lot area is insufficient. This would require 4,000 square feet, whereas we have 2,350. Our lot width is 29.4 feet, 40 feet is the minimum. Lot frontage is 29.4, again, 40 feet minimum. Our FAR is 2.2 relative to 1.0 required. Our building height is, number of stories is 4, whereas 3 is allowed, and building height is 40.8 relative to 35-foot building height allowed. Our usable open space is 140 square feet. 200 square feet each would be required, and our rear yard is also insufficient. And that concludes the zoning rundown. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions of the community or the board.
Okay, thank you. Once again, we have a fairly dense project being proposed in East Boston. So I know what Mr. Hampton is going to say, but 4 units in a 2,350 foot square lot is packing a lot in there. So the height is 40.8. How does that compare to adjacent buildings?
The buildings to the immediately adjacent are lower in height. There's a number of 1-story auto body shops, garages. There's 4-story multifamily buildings. This block is developing. It is half vacant. It's a dirt road, and so we're hoping to be on, there are a number of other projects approved at 4 stories that will be in very close proximity.
Okay, well, whatever happens in the future will happen. Right now, we're dealing with September 21st, 2021, and the current conditions. So this will be considerably higher than anything in the immediate area, right?
Yes, sir. And also, I bring up once more just the notion of flood and holding our living.
The flood zone is good. You moved everything off. So on the ground level, there are no mechanicals. It's simply parking, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the size of those parking spaces?
We have 2 standard spaces and 2 compact spaces.
Okay. You've got a hatch for the roof. That's good. It's certainly a contemporary look. How do you think that will fit into the context architecturally?
Since Phil is with us, if he's unmuted, I'll defer to Phil to discuss his design.
Yeah, hi everyone, Phil Stima from Balance Architects. The look of the building, I would say, is contemporary. There's not a lot of context to pull from. On the street, as Mark mentioned, I mean, there are a number, probably 4 or 5 lots that are empty. I think, the adjacent building to the left, 14 Geneva Street, is pretty standard kind of vinyl siding with PVC windows. So we're really trying to set a precedent of doing something that is going to draw people to the street, which again, Mark said was, it's unpaved basically. So we're trying to set the standard of a contemporary and kind of inspiring design, and that's where we came up with the look.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robinson, how are the drawings?
The drawings are good. I just have two quick questions. On the, I guess, as you're facing, your side, facing the building, right-hand side setback obviously is very little, a foot and some change. Can you just explain to me that sort of situation as it relates to the abutting building to your right? And then I guess in the same, I just want to understand the left-hand side. I understand looks like you have no windows on that side. Does the abutting building on the right have no windows as well? And are you concerned about just access and maintenance to deal with that side of the building? And then on the other side, if you can just explain that to me, that would be helpful.
Sure. I'll
Thanks.
take that one. On the right side, there are no fenestrations to our building on the right. We did offer that 6 inches. We've subsequently spoken with our neighbor, who we included a support letter from Jerry McGrath, and we proposed to just connect them and waterproof that. I think it would be preferable to the maintenance issues that you raised. And on the left, we work closely with that group. We have a support letter there as well in terms of privacy and making sure that the windows don't align and providing maximal a space between the two.
Are these home ownership units or rental?
Home ownership.
Okay. No further questions from me.
Okay, any questions from other members of the board? Can we hear from the public testimony, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support of this proposal. During the community process, this proposal received strong support from Gok Street Citizen Association, and we also received 5 letters of support. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Michael Benetti from the Office of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I do have one raised hand if we don't have any letters.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, we just have that one letter of opposition.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll start with Nick. You've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please, Nick?
Yes, hi, my name is Nick Pundit, and I'm a direct abutter to this project, 14A Geneva Street. Thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to let the board know that we have, we've maintained support for projects that don't have issues with rear setbacks and parking and height. We want to be on record that this unit owner here has been pretty forthcoming with us, and they worked with us to get some changes done in terms of removing the windows that were lining up with our bedroom and bathroom windows. And so we've had a good experience working with Chris, the unit owner here, as well as Mark and Phil, the team. We've had a good experience, and we appreciate the efforts to pave the road, as we think that's really a necessity for this area here. So we just wanted to let the board know that we have been, they've been inclusive of us throughout the process.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, Bill, you've been unmuted. Do you want me to take another one, Mr. Chair? All right.
Thank you, Bill Masterson, 65 Lewis Street. I'd like to appeal to the developer I might have missed the part of what the pile of rocks are in front of the development. I'm sorry if I wasn't tuned into that part, but I'd love to be able to see those pile of rocks be replaced by a tree or two. That street is pretty is a tree desert. There really aren't any trees there. I understand that it's a dirt road. When they pave it, I think it'll be an improvement, but putting a tree in front of that unit, I think, would be a great addition and improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. You do see our recommendation to now without prejudice. Not only are we still going with the Plan East Boston, but this address was before you in August of last year with the same proposal, and we recommended denial without prejudice at that time. The board had recommended approval with design review, and it did not carry, so it automatically was denied. So not only is the BPDA keeping consistent with Plan East Boston, we're consistent with the recommendation that we made to this board last year.
Okay. To the applicant, Mr. Hampton raises the point that this did come before us. Are there changes with the current proposal from what was before the board before?
Yes, Mr. Ehrlich, thank you. We changed the configuration of the building, the way that the parking is configured, the way that the building is sited. In addition, we made modifications to allow for the accommodation of a floodplain. And those were the primary things which led to the significant change.
Okay, thank you. All right, can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with a proviso for BPDA design review, a proviso for increased landscaping, whether it's street trees or up on that roof deck area or some type of, there's no green space anywhere on that street, and that the applicant make his commitment to improve the private way there as well.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Cherry?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 122-4890, 87 Putnam Street. This is a change of occupancy from 3 to a 4-unit residential dwelling and renovate the existing building and add rear and roof decks. Violation is Article 53, Section 56, insufficient parking. Article 53, Section 8, a 4-unit dwelling units forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, basement units are forbidden. Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston I-Boston. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, the number of allowed habitable stories has been exceeded. And Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Anthony DeCesare. Mr. Chairman, this is a pre-existing 3-unit dwelling in the Eagle Hill section of East Boston. Our proposal would involve the complete renovation of the existing building, adding an additional unit, and establishing a roof deck. As we can see from the overview, there's also a pre-existing head house on the building, consistent with the Eagle Hill Civic Association's requests that typically involve even renovations of buildings. We will be removing that head house and accessing the proposed roof deck via hatch. Although this does propose habitable living space at a lower level, I would submit that the clear ceiling height for this level is 8 feet. And if you can see from the elevations that are included with the board's plans, there is a relatively good-sized walkout to the back portion of the property. The units themselves, Unit 1 would be about a little over 1,000 square feet, so a very generously sized lower level unit. And the additional units, all 3-bedroom, would be a little over 1,100 square feet. We do accommodate space for utilities and storage at the lower level, located closer to the front of the property. And as you can see from the floor layout, we do show a pretty generous layout for that lower level. With respect to the relief that's necessary, this is also located in 3F2000 district, and therefore relief to change the occupancy from 3 to 4 would be necessary. We do meet the minimum lot size and lot width. The only other variances we would require is the increase in the FAR up to a 1.4 would be in excess of the 1.0 that's allowed under Article 53. With respect to the off-street parking, because this is a pre-existing 3-family structure, there is no parking currently associated with it. The code would only require 1 additional parking space for the additional unit. And again, introducing a curb cut at this site would not only be impractical, but would not probably serve any greater good for the surrounding neighborhood as we'd be taking away off-street parking on site. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board regarding this proposal.
Can you talk a little bit more about that basement unit? You said there's a walkout. Does that mean that the grade is, that the floor is at grade level?
It's slightly below grade level, Mr. Chairman. I do have an elevation. Again, my lag on my screen is not showing it, but I believe we do have the elevation itself that shows the rear portion of the property with the portion that's above grade as well as how much is below grade.
So you have to step up to get to the walkout.
That is correct. However, as I think has been past practice of the board, depending upon how much of that is below grade is what has been relevant to the conversation about lower level units. And in this case, we would have code compliant windows at that level towards the rear. We also would have available light throughout the rest of the unit as well, based upon where the setbacks are at.
And I didn't see on the floor plan, are the basements, are the bedrooms towards the rear where there is a lower grade, or toward the front where the grade is higher?
I believe that is the case. I'm just trying to scroll through my plans here, but I believe that is the case as well, Mr. Chairman.
That is the case. The bedrooms are pushed to the rear on the lower level unit.
Yeah, and Mr. Robinson, do you think that there is?
They do appear to be full-size windows for the master. It looks like bedroom 1 could have a full-size window based on the grade. There isn't grade dimensions to floor, but it does show that the grade is falling away, and it appears that's the case in my review of the site. I think additionally, this does have 2 actual exits from the lower level as well. Yes, you have to step up a couple steps in the rear, but you also have direct access to the street side as well. So, I think it seems to have adequate window access and 2 means of egress from the lower level unit. So I'm a little more comfortable with this condition than we've seen in some of the other conditions.
So it's not a dungeon?
Doesn't appear to be a dungeon.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sensitive to the board's position on that, and that's one of the reasons why I proceeded with this one, because I do believe it does.
You certainly are here enough before the board. We've been very consistent about this. There is way too much of an effort to try to cram, extra rental income with substandard space in basements. So this one seems like it's sort of just on the cusp, but somewhat better. Okay. Mr. Robinson, any other issues with the drawings?
No other issues. Drawings are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the proponent?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on May 25th, 2021, where the applicant addressed the concerns of the abutters, and we received 9 letters of support for this proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Michael Benetti from the Office of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, here we have those letters of support. We also have that 1 letter of opposition.
Thank you. And the letter of opposition is based on?
It's the same individual that's opposed to all the projects in East Boston.
Got it. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I don't have any raised hands at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Is there any need for review?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
It's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Unless Mr. Hampton wants a proviso, but I think it seems pretty straightforward.
No, Mr. Robinson, I agree with you. We don't need to do anything on this.
So motion to approve.
Second to approve.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Very good. You've been a busy fellow, Mr. Lind.
Save the best for last, Mr. Ehrlich.
The next case, calling VOA 122-6344, 82 Moore Street. This is raise the existing structure, combine parcels to create 1 lot consisting of 5,000 square feet, and erect a 6-unit residential dwelling with parking for 9 vehicles. Violation of Article 27G. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Article 53, Section 57.3, traffic visibility across the corner. Article 53, Section 9, building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the front yard's insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, side yard's insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of Tequila Development. With me is also Eric Zackerson, the project architect. Mr. Chairman, this involves, not probably unlike other projects that we've presented here at the board today, there's a little bit of a distinction with this particular project. This involves a pre-existing 2-unit dwelling, as well as a vacant 2,500 square foot lot. Our proposal would actually combine the two parcels into one single 5,000 square foot lot and propose a 6-unit residential dwelling with 9 parking spaces. This does consist of a corner lot condition, so a number of the violations that we do pick up here, including side yard and rear yard, are actually because of the orientation of the existing parcels in relationship to the other properties, both left and right. This is located in the Harborview neighborhood. In the immediate vicinity, there is a mix of 1.5, 2.5, as well as 3-story buildings. A number of projects are located immediately across the street from this are all 3-story plus in height. And one of the things that we did throughout this community process is try to respond to a number of the comments and concerns that we did hear from direct abutters, a number of which are here today to speak in support of it based upon that process. While we do show, if we go to the rendering on this particular project, while we do show that it presents as 3 stories, it is only 31 feet in height because we are able to build this at grade. And one of the reasons that we are occupying the extent of the lot that we are is based upon the desire to see a number of off-street parking spaces that we're also including. You can also see from the site plan that we did, and again, in response to a number of abutter requests and concerns, add in some buffering and open space around the site to the best we can for a corner lot condition. And in this case, one of the other things that we were able to do successfully is to pull back the top level. So even though, again, it presents as 3 stories, the rear portion of this property actually pulls back and does not occupy the full 3rd level of the building. These are all intended to be 2-bedroom, 2-bath units. The smallest unit is 860 square feet located at the lower level, but they're all relatively generously sized, over 1,000 square feet with up to about 1,300 square feet for the largest unit. As I said, we do also include a total of 9 parking spaces, which would be in excess of this, the typical 1-to-1 parking that we propose on projects of this size based upon some of the comments and concerns that we did hear in the neighborhood. And again, I feel that that is reflective in the amount of support that we did receive for this project after making those changes. With respect to the relief, even though we are combining the lots, a 2F district does permit up to 2 units on each lot. We are proposing 6, and again, this would be a 5,000 square foot lot, so we feel that the density here is pretty consistent with what you see in the surrounding neighborhood. Our lot width and frontage would actually comply, as we would have now a total of 50 feet based on the orientation on Moore Street, and then over 100 feet as you come down Horace. The height of our building, and again, the allowable height limit in this district is 35 feet. And again, trying to be somewhat respectful of what we see in the immediate vicinity. The height of our building is 31 feet 6 inches. There is no head house proposed on this building, obviously consistent with the board's position on these types of projects. Our FAR is a 1.5, 0.8 is the maximum in the area. And again, this is relatively consistent with a number of the projects that have been approved and either constructed or under construction on that section of Horace Street. We do propose, and then again, because this is a corner lot, our setback, what would otherwise be the rear yard, is 5.6 feet. But that can actually be viewed as a side yard condition based upon the fact that this is a corner lot, which only requires a 5-foot setback. So when we're dealing with corner lots, sometimes we get into that sort of gray area as to what would be the side yard versus what would be the rear yard. And again, I think the important thing to note here is those direct abutters have participated in this process and do support what we've done with this particular project. We do have about 250 square feet or so when you look at the decks and outdoor spaces for open space. And then we do comply with the parking requirement by proposing a total of 9 parking spaces, 5 of which are full size, and I believe 4 are compact, and I can certainly confirm that number as well. This is intended for home ownership for this neighborhood, so this would be managed by a professional association as well. I'm happy to answer any questions of the board.
Okay, so I must say I am somewhat sympathetic to the perspective that Mr. Hampton is putting forth. We are approving a lot of units in East Boston this morning. You know, you're going from 2 to 6 here. We've gone.
The vacant lot. Vacant lot. So, yeah.
Understood. And you've got pretty, whether, you know, I don't want to dance on the you know, angels on the head of a pin about rear yard, side yard on the corner lot, but basically you've got a lot of lot coverage. And I mean, there's no denying that. What is how does that work? If you can go back to the rendering, how does the lot coverage go? How is that the setbacks from the sidewalk and the work with on a modal basis with the other buildings? Are they in line?
Yeah, so we can meet the modal setback for both I mean, it depends on how we want to look at it. We can meet it on the Moore Street as well as the Horace Street setback, and I can certainly provide that through BPDA design review as to what that setback should look like.
Okay.
I think on our site plan, we do create a bit of a buffer on the left. If you're looking at the Horace Street side, Mr. Ehrlich, we do create a buffer not only between the abutting property to our left on Horace, but also a corner that will allow for some open space, landscaping, and planting. And again, in direct response to comments that we heard through our outreach with the butters.
I think that would be important because it sort of sticks out, not like a sore thumb, but I mean, the massing is really pretty significantly different than the adjacent buildings. And even though 31.6 may be allowable, it seems to be considerably higher than adjacent buildings. Is that?
Yeah, and we were trying to illustrate this from the best view possible, but you can probably see in the overviews, the structures on Forest Street directly across the street from this include two probably 35, 36-foot structures, as well as a 32-foot structure, 9-unit building with off-street parking. So we were trying to keep something consistent with some of the newer development along that side. The structure to our right on Moore Street, as you can probably see from the photos, does have some solar panels, and we worked very closely, and I believe he's on the call today, to study and analyze and make sure that we were not impacting any of his ability to grab sunlight for those solar panels, and we've done that to his satisfaction and specifically at his request. And that's one of the reasons we adjusted the building the way we have.
Mr. Robinson, how are the drawings?
The drawings are good. Couple quick questions. Is that ground floor unit, is that able to be accessible if needed, I guess? I know you don't have the number of units required, but it seems like a good option if required or possible. That'd be nice.
Yes,
yeah,
Mr. Robinson.
It's currently to be designed as a group 1 unit, but could be a group 2 unit if we needed.
Yes.
I think that's fine. Okay. Just wanted to check. And then I guess my other question, I mean, I agree with some of the sort of, the sort of visual aspect of it feeling large. And I understand on, looks like level 3, you're pushing quite a way back from the adjacent Moore Street building, probably to achieve some of that solar, as I would sort of aspect. And I certainly don't want to take anything away from that abutter, but I do wonder if maybe there's a little bit of reallocation of massing on this would kind of maybe address both of the issues, because that is quite a big, you're setting back almost 20 feet, which I can appreciate, and I guess I wonder if some of that could maybe find its way around somewhere else to kind of mitigate some of the sort of, heft of the sort of what it appears to be on the street edges.
Through the chair, I believe we do have sufficient room to pull back both the Horace and Moore massing so that it probably has a feel more of a 2-story with a third level setback on the streetscape, and then obviously still preserve some of that setback for that abutter with respect to the solar panel. So that is definitely achievable.
No other questions from me on the drawings. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from anybody else on the board?
Mr. Chair, Secretary here. Mr. D'Amico has spoke on this as well, so I'll just put his comments into the record. Regarding 82 Moore Street, he said that BTD can help with the proper signage to help remove the violation.
Okay. All right, then let's hear from public testimony.
I just want to make a comment about the lot coverage. It's a lot, especially for that neighborhood. There's no real question there. It's just a lot of lot coverage.
Through the chair, if I could just respond to Mr. Ruggiero, we understand that concern, and you know, considering that this is a corner lot, rather than creating a gap, if you will, between whether it be the Horace Street side or the Moore Street side, we're trying to accommodate, you know, the concerns that were also raised about parking. In order to address the parking, that's one of the reasons why we're at where we're at. And I feel that and again, the direct abutters, both left and right of us, you know, their specific issues were the concerns that we were working hard to address, including that buffer area to the front of the property.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. We recognize there are concerns in the community regarding number of units and density, but during the community process, the applicant worked close with the abutters and addressed several of the concerns, reducing the height of the building, the number of stories, and change the design, and as well increase the parking ratio. The Office of Neighborhood Services received 30 letters of support for abutters, including 3 direct abutters and the residents of Harborview. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Michael Benetti from the Office of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have the letters as well. We also have that one letter of opposition.
And Mr. Chair, we do have 2 raised hands. I start with Nicholas. Nick, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Nicholas Gator, 45 Horace Street.
And go ahead.
I'm in support of the project, but I would also like to add that I'm in support of Joe and his team, as they've always been working with us around the neighborhood, whether it's some of his guys helping my, you know, older aunt put in barrels if she needs it, wash down anything that may or may not have been dusty. And, you know, he also worked with.
Well, we appreciate that, but right now we're asking about the project itself. So you're in support?
I am in support of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Michael, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Garino, and I live at 791 Saratoga Street. And I am fully in support of the 82 Moore Street project, as well as everything else Tequila Development does. He brings a lot of positive things to the neighborhood. He's always trying to listen to the complaints and I guess the rebuttals against some projects, and he goes above and beyond and tries to bring everything to everyone's satisfaction.
Thank you, Michael. I have no additional raised hands, Mr. Chair.
Can I have a motion then, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, prior to, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Robinson.
Yep.
I want to let the board know that Costa had stepped off the meeting to take a phone call briefly.
Okay, so yeah, member Costa Ligras had announced previously that he had a previously scheduled call from 11 to 11:30. So we will be a 6-member board till he reappears, which means that administrative deferral is an option for an applicant. I assume, Mr. Lind, you want to go forward.
I feel this is we made our best case, Mr. Ehrlich, so
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mr. Robinson, go ahead with the motion.
Thank you for the clarification on that. So, you know, I agree that with Joe, I do feel it's a little dense. However, I do think there's opportunity here, and it sounds like the community has rallied around this project, which I respect. So therefore, I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review, specifically, I think, related to the abutter at 78 Moore Street. I want to ensure that they are protected. I think there are some landscape issues with the parking being exposed. And then I think also if the proponent can look at the massing allocation around the project to address some of the concerns on Horace and Moore Street with respect to the height.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that, Secretary.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion passes. Mr. Hampton, I think this will, I think
Just
Mr.
for the
Robbins.
record, I want to make sure I have my opposition to that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Ruggiero is opposed, I'm in favor, so the motion passes 5-1. And Mr. Hampton, I think that Mr. Robinson's motion is asking for aggressive design review.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to call the 11 o'clock for deferrals and withdrawals, now 11:12. So if everybody has a case at 11 o'clock and they're deferring or withdrawing, if you could just give me the address first, please. Okay, we'll go to the next case. Calling BOA 120-6082, 566 East 3rd Street. This is a change of occupancy from 3 to 4 units, 8 bedrooms total. Demo interior, front and rear building walls. Violations, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restrictions. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking loading insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 68, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, side yards insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the additional lot area is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
I think he's on. Give me 1 second, Josh. Okay, yep, you've been unmuted, Josh. Go ahead and I just made your
This
panelist.
is Josh Crow, 22 Quail Run in Canton, Mass. Can folks hear me, first of all?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm the developer and owner of 566 East 3rd Street, accompanied by Eric Zackerson, who is my architect on the project. The goal of this project is to build 4 condo units. It is an existing 3-family dwelling with 6 bedrooms. There's actually a 7th bedroom in the basement where someone was living down there. There's actually a toilet there. I have worked with the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association, gave them a personal tour of the building. I have received no verbal or written opposition to the project, but we'll hear today if there is any. The concerns on the parking spaces, we went to the rear owners. There's only one way where you could actually access this parcel with vehicles, and unfortunately, after making 2 generous offers to the rear parcel owners who have an adjacent driveway, they denied my offers. They did not want to allow egress for this project, so I'm not able to add additional parking spaces, unfortunately. As for the building height, we are asking for a few extra feet, and it is consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. If you look down at L Street, specifically 43, 47, and 49L, those buildings are 50 feet plus in height. It is on the same, and that's between East 2nd and East 3rd Street. That is excessive to what we are asking for on this project. As for usable open space, we are very close with the decks, private outdoor space for each unit. And the intent of this project is to build family-style units. Units 1 and 4 in particular would be family-friendly. They would be large enough. The units range in size from 635 square feet, a more affordable unit, to 1,700 square feet on the lowest floor, which would accommodate a young family should they choose to move in. These will be condo quality. They will not be South Boston party pads. They will be sold off to hopefully young professionals and young families. And I would like to open up for any questions and concerns, and have Eric also run through any details of the project which you folks need. Thank you.
Okay. You're changing the occupancy from 3 to 4 units for a total of 8 bedrooms. How are the existing units either remaining the same or being modified? And how is the additional unit being created?
So, the existing units are small 2-bedroom units on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. The new configuration extends the building to the rear, and the 1st floor unit would extend down to to the basement, which is roughly walkout height, but with a large open to below space on the first floor, or from the first floor to the basement. And then the second floor is extended back. The third, what was previously a third floor unit, is going to have an extension onto the fourth floor, and an addition is added in the rear to have a fourth unit that would exist only on the third floor, a 600 square foot, 635 square foot unit on the rear of the third floor.
I'm sorry, 600, how many square feet?
35 square foot, one bedroom.
Okay. And the basement, the occupied space in the basement is part of the unit on the first floor as well? There's a interior staircase?
That is correct. It is the kitchen, dining, living room with an open to below space at the rear from the first floor to kind of bring down a lot of natural light into the living and dining area. And the bedrooms for that unit are on the first floor.
And what is you said it was a walkout in the rear?
I misspoke. It is down a few feet from the rear. Yeah, it is almost 7 feet down from the rear. So there's a basement stair that goes up, but you do have to go up quite a bit to get from there.
So the floor to grade height on the lower unit is 7 feet?
At the rear of the building, yes.
And what about at the front?
At the front, there's grade is at level 1, but the front of the basement is mechanical and unfinished space.
Okay, well, but so it goes from 7 feet below grade to completely below grade, essentially,
yes, correct? Correct.
Yeah, and the ceiling height of the basement area is what?
When we're finished, it'll be 8 feet.
When you say when it'll be finished, that mean you have to dig down?
Yes, most of this portion will actually be under the addition. So we will dig down a portion of the basement, but most of the new basement, most of the unit is in the new portion of the basement.
And what is the current use of the basement?
Mechanical and storage.
Sounds like a good use. All right, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are okay. Can we just, and not to question the proponent, can we just double check? Can you please go to A30 on the rear elevation and then the one below? So, just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. There you go. So, I'm double checking your dimensions. So on the left-hand side is the street view. 7'7" is dimensioned here from the street sidewalk to the basement level. But then if you look at the right-hand side, and then you look at the section below, it actually appears the grade is dropping somewhat, actually. It doesn't look to be 7 feet below grade in the back. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Because then if you roll to the next page, Madam Ambassador, to the next page, you'll see a side section. I just want to make sure the drawings are accurate per the context, because I think I understand the program element where the common area is on the lower level. There appears to be a 2-story space shown with those large windows down, but it is not as far below grade in the rear where the living space is as indicated.
So in other words,
I'm understanding that properly.
Mr. Robinson, it's not 7 feet below grade?
No, well, at least it doesn't appear that way in the rear. It appears to be more like, I don't know, 3.5 or something like that.
Yeah, you're correct. I think I was looking at the section backwards. You're right. It's
okay.
Shallower in the rear.
And then just confirmation, how far is the 4th floor addition set back from the street on the front, please?
Let me double check that. From the existing, about 9 foot 2 inches from the existing front of the building.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? All right, is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the proponent?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record in opposition of this project based on neighborhood feedback, and standing with the Civic Association is also in opposition. Thank you.
What can you?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition based on feedback from neighbors, abutters, and the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association, who all expressed concerns regarding bedroom along with the negative impacts to the existing parking crisis in South Boston. In addition, neighbors and the civic group also convey serious concerns about the inclusion of a roof deck and 3 decks and the potential to exacerbate the current quality of life issues that increased significantly during the pandemic, including loud noise from parties and trash removal issues. Councilor Flynn remains opposed to the project based on this feedback from the community. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. Echoing the sentiments of Councilor Flynn's office, as well as Article 68 violations, the councilor would stand with the neighbors in opposition.
Mr. Chair, Secretary here, we have one letter of opposition.
Okay, sorry about that. And Mr. Chair, I have no raised hands.
I do have a question. I don't know how to raise my hand here in this virtual space here, so.
Oh, Councilwoman Mejia, go ahead.
Yeah, so I thank you for recognizing me. I do appreciate it. I am curious about the process, and I've heard several of my council colleagues in opposition of this project, and I wholeheartedly support a community-led process. So I just wanted to show my support alongside Councilor Flynn and Flaherty to oppose this, and just curious about how that advocacy will turn out in terms of a vote. Thank you.
Just for the fellow board members and the people on the call, Mr. Ehrlich's computer went down. He's trying to reboot, so we can just give him a few minutes. Hopefully get it back on. So the chair is still trying, so just be patient if you could. Thank you.
All right, I apologize. Apparently my laptop had a disagreement with me, and we seem to have resolved our issues. Sorry about that. Anyway, so okay, we were in the midst of Mr. Robinson. You were talking. You have no more issues with the drawings?
No issues with the drawings.
Okay, we were taking public testimony, and the representative from ONS, can you come back on? I'm really sorry about this.
Oh, no problem. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record in opposition of this project based on the abutters' feedback in opposition and the Civics Association in opposition as well.
Right, you had said that, and I was, when my computer went dead, I was about to ask you what that opposition is based on.
Just overall density, parking, and just overbuilding in South Boston.
Okay. Does anybody else want to testify one way or the other?
Mr. Chairman, Anna Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition based on feedback from neighbors, abutters, and the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association, who all expressed concerns regarding the increased density and bathrooms, along with the negative impact to the existing parking crisis in South Boston. In addition, neighbors and the civic group also convey serious concerns about the inclusion of a roof deck and 3 decks and the potential to exacerbate the current quality of life issues that increased significantly during the pandemic, including loud noise from parties and trash removal issues. Councilor Flink remains opposed to the project based on this feedback from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, echoing sentiments of Councilor Flynn's office as well as Article 68 violations. The council will stand with the neighborhood in opposition.
And Mr. Chair, I just basically said we had one letter of opposition.
And that is similar concerns?
It is density, vehicles, basement unit.
Okay.
And I think Councilor Mejia also put something on the record. I don't know if she's still on.
Yeah, I'm still on. I just wanted to go on the record in opposition and hope that the voices of the people are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there, Madam Ambassador, are there any other folks who want to testify?
No, Mr. Chair, I have no additional raised hands at the moment.
Okay. Could I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to deny without prejudice. I just feel like the 4th floor on this side of at 3rd and K is just too dense, and would like to oppose.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to deny without prejudice.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to call Mass Ave. I hope that individual is on, calling BOA 105-0100-680 Massachusetts Ave. There's a gentleman on from Massachusetts Ave. This was to change occupancy from 5 to 6 dwelling units. Violation of Article 32, Section 32-4. This is in the G-Con. Article 64, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 64, Section 36, off-street loading is insufficient. And Article 64, Section 9, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
It was Vernon. He was on earlier, but did they not withdraw from the seeking a deferral?
That was the question we were trying to figure out.
He was on earlier, but he didn't get called on, he was saying. He had
Just for the record, I have not reviewed any drawings for 680 Mass Ave. They weren't provided. So I think it was there.
But my understanding was that there was a written request initially for withdrawal and then it got changed to deferral. Tom, is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I spoke with the applicant yesterday on the phone. I didn't speak with his attorney. I'm not sure what they may have conflicting strategies. So that might be what the problem is here.
Okay, well, in that case, I think what we need to do is, since Mr. Robinson doesn't have the drawings anyway, why don't we just entertain a motion to defer and let the applicant and his attorney sort it out on their own time?
So moved.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the project is deferred. Do you have a date?
Yeah, we'll give a date of November 16th at 12:30.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chair, you want to continue? You want to take the 2-minute breaks here? I know that.
I'm hoping we can get through the end of the morning cases, 9:30 cases. Let's give it.
If we don't have any more response, then I think we'll be okay. I'm calling the next case, calling VOA 122-7691, 241 to 243 Kitteridge Street. This is to connect two existing mudrooms to create two larger rooms, extend the existing deck. Violation to Article 67, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient, and Article 67, Section 9, excessive FAR. Name and address for the record, please.
Abraham Todd, 243 Kittredge Street, Roslindale. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for your time today. I'm one of the co-owners of the property, speaking on behalf of three others who own the property with me. The purpose of this project is to convert two mudrooms into bathrooms and then to enclose the space between the mudrooms to create new mudrooms. That space that's being enclosed is currently part of the deck. And then we would increase the size of the deck to make up for the lost deck space. Our goal is to add a first floor bathroom that would allow when our aging parents to visit, have one that's not upstairs, and to increase our space for our growing families on both sides of this house. We don't feel either of these violations will have much of an impact in the neighborhood. We did notify all abutters and have discussed with our immediate neighbors, neither of whom had any objection. For the excessive FAR, we're adding about 100 square feet overall, which isn't much and is kind of within the overall envelope of the building. For the portion that's close to our property line, which is the deck extension, that is actually farther from the line than the rest of the house. You can see the house is wider than the section with the deck. And again, we spoke to our neighbor who was on the other side of that property line, and he had no objection. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Robinson, how are the drawings?
The drawings are good, no issues, it's fairly de minimis.
Yeah. Any questions from the board? Okay, is anyone here to speak on behalf of the proponent?
My name is Lucia Nochi with Neighborhood Services. We will be approving this project.
Okay.
Oppose or support? I couldn't.
Who was that? I couldn't hear it.
That was the Rosendale liaison.
This is Uju. Yeah, Rosendale liaison Uju. My network is kind of bad. Sorry.
And are you in support or opposition?
In support.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have no additional raised hands on my side.
Okay, this is, as Mr. Robbins said, fairly de minimis, so can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fortune, let's do the next two companion cases. Let's do them, and then we'll take a break after that.
Well, we only have one left after that, Mr. Chair. And then we go to 11.
It's a cannabis establishment. You know, they always take time.
No, they don't take that long. Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 122-8408, 69 Reedville Street. There's a companion case, BOA 122-8404, 71 Reedville Street. This is for 69 Reedville. Erect a two-family dwelling with 4 parking spaces. The violation is Article 69, Section 29.5. Off-street parking design, Article 69, Section 30.1, the building alignment conformity. Article 69, Section 30.1, 3 two or more buildings on the same lot. Article 69, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 69, Section 9, the side yard's insufficient. This is the same purpose, and I'm looking at it as the same violations. So for 71 Reedville. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address at 51 Dobson Road, Braintree, Mass. With me today is Mr. Phil DeCanzio, who is the architect for the project. Mr. Chairman, today we are seeking relief to erect two-family dwellings with 8 parking spaces on a vacant lot. Zoning subdistrict is a 2F5000. Our lot size is 18,920 square feet. I'll repeat that again. Our lot size is 18,920 square feet. Each of the addresses will have, unit 1 will consist of 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. And unit 1 is approximately 1,398 square feet. Unit 2 on both of the units, on both of the buildings, is 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and is approximately 1,435 square feet. Our zoning violations are as follows. Off-street parking size, we feel that we were cited erroneously for that, as our 8 parking spaces are all 8.5 by 20. We do have 2 buildings on the same lot. The open space requirement is 7,000 square feet. We have approximately 6,000. And the side yard violation is because between the buildings, there's 10 feet space and 20 is required. I'll turn it over to Phil, if you have any questions, comments, or if you want to add anything to it.
You said you were cited for incorrect parking space dimensions, and but the spaces are 8.5 by 20. Why were you cited?
I think it had something to do with taking some away from the open space.
Oh, okay.
To create the parking. If you look at the site plan, go back up to the top, all of the parking spaces are in the rear of the 2 properties. And we do have a sizable proposed driveway coming up the right-hand side, which is...
What is the, as long as we're at that drawing, what is the width of the driveway? I don't see a dimension there, or at least it's too small for me to read.
It's dimensioned on L1.0 as 20 feet.
20 feet wide?
Yeah.
Huh. Why is it that wide, Mr. Small?
The driveway, that's where the curb cut currently exists.
And is it currently a 20-foot curb cut?
I think the curb cut's probably like 15 feet. I think there was an industrial building on that property before.
No, now that the drawing's there, it says 20 foot, doesn't it? Mr. Robinson's correct.
Yeah, I'm on Street View, and I believe it actually looks like a very small curb cut to this edge of the property, but there is 2, and the other one looks to be in the middle. So I'm not sure. It looks as if this curb cut's being proposed to be moved and expanded.
I think the current one is being expanded.
Okay.
And what's the logic of that? I mean, that means it takes away green space and it takes away sidewalk space. The 20 feet is far beyond what is necessary.
Well, we want it so that cars can come in and out at the same time, so that the traffic flow to the rear of the property with the parking is consistent.
Yeah, well, okay, we can discuss that. All right, Mr. Robinson, how are the drawings?
The drawings are fine. I actually don't have any questions on the actual buildings. Obviously, the site plan I think needs a bit of work. It's in a green belt overlay district as well. So I think if the board's going to proceed with approving this, I think it will need site plan review and potentially a landscape architect to get on and kind of really get this to sort of work well with its context, which is green.
Mr. Chair, Secretary here, Mr. D'Amico did speak on this. You want me to put it into the record?
Yeah, go ahead.
Regarding 6971 Reedville Street, he said the plans are fine from a BTD perspective.
Well, yeah, they may be fine. I think they're actually a little excessive, but we'll get to that. Okay, any questions from the board? Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Danielle Fonseca with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to go on record in support of 6971 Reedville Street. Attorney Derek Small connected and notified all abutters of the meeting that we conducted and held on July 28th. During the meeting, community members were pleased to hear that the applicants have made some significant adjustments to the project based on feedback from the community, and iterations were made from the original design, parking, density, and the 12 units that were proposed to what is currently being presented today. Not only will there be proposed 8 new off-street parking spaces that will benefit the area, but additionally planting the shrubs, landscaping, and planting new trees on the Neponset Valley Parkway side of the property will be a great benefit to the community. Our office has received no letters of support or opposition for this proposal, and at this time, we do not feel it will negatively impact the community, so we would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Mr. Chair, Secretary, here, we do have 22 signatures in opposition. We also have a letter from State Representative Consalvo in opposition.
And I do have a raised hand here. I'm sorry.
What's the opposition based on, Mr. Fortune?
Sure, hold on 2 seconds.
Okay, we'll take the raised hand while you're looking.
Okay, caller 5, 617364, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Craig Martin, Colchester Street in Wadeville.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time. Not opposed to the concept of two families at this location, but I'm quite troubled that they have a violation that needn't be. There's no reason why this parcel should not be subdivided into 2 halves, with a 2-family on each one. I'm concerned that we're not doing this in a logical manner, and why they are seeking an extra violation when it needn't be. I'm concerned that down the road we'll have a request, years down the road we'll have a request to subdivide it later on with a large parcel still available to perhaps put an additional building on.
Okay.
We can rid those fears if they just do a logical, simple subdivision, no cost, a simple subdivision in half with a 2-family on each one.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Secretary here. Basically, the character of the neighborhood will change.
Okay. All right. Can I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Small, yeah, quickly, please.
I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, this has been a 2-year process with regard to this parcel and this project. As Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services stated, this project has gone from 12 to 6, and now we're down to 4. And that's what community folks asked us to present, which was 4 units, 2 families on the property. So that's what we ended up with. And, okay.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? This is State Representative Rob Consalvo.
Yes, Representative Consalvo.
I'm sorry to chime in on this late. I'm actually on for another hearing that's coming up later in the 11 o'clock hearings, but I do want to correct the record that my letter of opposition was for the previous proposal, which was before the board. That was denied. I have not submitted a letter in opposition on this particular proposal.
Thank you for clarifying that.
All right.
Yes,
so I'd like to make a motion to approve with heavy BPDA design review, with landscaping, screening, buffering, narrowing the driveway, maybe even separating the buildings a little further apart from each other. But heavy review with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason. I can't recall us approving a residential project with in-out access from the driveway. There's no reason for it to be beyond 12 feet.
Yeah.
10 to 12 feet standard, and then it could allow for a significant amount of landscaping with that extra 8 to 10 feet.
Yeah, and maybe even spread the buildings apart a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
I second that and emphasize the concern on the site planning. I think this could be a great project for the community, and I think it just needs some work. So.
Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. It's now 11:45. I realize we only have one more item, but you never know, it may take time. Let's take a break now until noon, and we will reconvene at noon. Thank you. In order. And just want to just double check and do a quick roll call of the attendance of all the various board members. Mr. Fortune, I see you.
Here.
Ms. Dong?
Present.
Okay, Mr. Ligris, are you back?
I am present.
Okay, Mr. Ruggiero? Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kindell? Okay, so we're waiting on Mr. Ruggiero and Mr. Kindell. Tom, could you text them both?
I'm here, I just was finishing making my coffee, sorry. I need that to get through, you know?
How do you take it, Joe?
Black. Stronger the better.
All right, Mr. Kindell, are you there? Let me text him. We're going to get started anyway, but and Ms. Patton, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Very good. How are you enjoying it?
It's great. I can't wait to get more involved. I also take my coffee black.
That's not mandatory. Okay, Mr. Fortune, should we move forward?
Absolutely, Mr. Ehrlich. Calling the next case for 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, 11 o'clock, still 9:30. BOA, the last case for 9:30, BOA 118-5160, 2363 to 2365 Washington Street. This is a change of occupancy store to a cannabis dispensary. The violations, Article 50, Section 10, a cannabis establishment use is conditional. And Article 50, Section 10, any cannabis establishment shall be sited at least 1/2 mile or 2,640 feet from another existing cannabis establishment. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I think I can now officially say good afternoon by about 2 minutes. Josh Zakum here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Carlos Castillo, who is going to present his application for a dispensary at this location. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Thank you for having us today. I am waiting for our presentation to load up. We are proposing a 1,200 square foot cannabis dispensary directly in front of Nugent Station, 9 a.m. through 11 p.m. Monday through Sunday. Our location is on a commercial district, 3 stores down from Silver Slipper and directly across from Arizona Pizza and Bank of America. In addition to being in front of the station, we have secured an exclusive parking agreement with Mr. Bailey's lot, so we're the only cannabis dispensary that has parking for its customers. They can park there for free and walk over. We have about 35 spots. Next slide, please. So I was born in Roxbury, raised in Dorchester. I spent a lot of time working on affordable housing. I'm an entrepreneur and I'm the owner of the property where the dispensary will be located. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of our location. The red dot is the pin right there where we are. Right here is Nugent Station. All of these stores here along Washington Street are all commercial. Next slide, please. This is a front view if you have your back to the station. And if you're standing at Arizona Pizza, you're looking right at the proposed location. Next slide, please. This is our floor plan. It's about 1,200 square feet on the first floor retail with an entrance to come in where you get your ID check before you enter the premises. We'll check IDs again at the point of sale and then a separate door for an exit. The basement is pretty basic. Half of it is a vault. We have a receiving area. When we receive products, we can verify the manifest before it goes right into the vault, and then just additional storage. Slide, please. Why is this the best location? We're not near any school zones. We're directly in front of the station. We're away from cultural centers, fire stations, and churches, and most importantly, we have parking. Next slide, please. Community and civic engagement. Our track record reflects our community commitment. I've been the treasurer for Roxbury Square Main Street the last 7 years, almost 8 now. Previously, Dudley Square Main Street. I've been on the board in Geneva the past 7 years. We donate to a lot of organizations. We have in the past 7 years. Cape Verdean Association of Boston, Hope for Children of Haiti, Orchard Gardens. We participate the past 8 years in the annual holiday party where we donate bikes and scooters that we raffle off, and also donate about over 6,000 books. We also donate to Stepping Stone Foundation, of which I was a scholar, and to Cultivate Ed. Next slide, please. So we have a proven history of working with Boston. We've received certificates of appreciation from Boston Police. Our store in the square in 2018 was nominated, awarded Business of the Year. And for our work in affordable housing, we received an award from the Massachusetts Black and Latino Legislative Caucus from the State House. Next slide, please. How will the community benefit? So we will use 10% of our profits to create a fund to support organizations in Roxbury, Dorchester, include some of the ones we listed: Roxbury Main Street, Bowdoin Geneva, Eggleston Main Street, Noah's Advocate. We've been paying for some mural projects around the square. We are also investing in a Black group, support and foster mentorship in the area. Next slide, please. We created a program originally started on our construction side called Pathways to Home Ownership and Small Business Mentorship. And essentially, we are providing 4 classes a year for first-time home buyers, first to our employees, but also to the community at the same time. And our attorney will assist with that, with home closings. We're working with a local broker who manages some of our properties now to assist people in Roxbury to find homes. And also our small business mentorship program is kind of created to help businesses come into the square if they don't know how to reach a landlord, come up with a business plan, or review a lease. We're providing services through our council to a handful of small businesses every year in the square. Next slide, please. Elderly services. So just a few doors down from the location, we have 59 elderly residents, which we currently support and do about 2 events a year. For our location, we're providing express lane services to them and guided shopping. They are active. They shop at one of our stores now, so we have a good relationship. We thought it'd be good to kind of bridge that connection with this dispensary. Next slide, please. Transportation and delivery of product. All delivery vehicles will contact our on-site security personnel when they are 30 minutes away from arrival. Security will patrol the exterior of the store and the back alleyway. If there are any identified risks, we'll instruct the vehicle to divert from making a delivery. Security will greet the delivery vehicle and remain with the vehicle while our staff unloads and confirms the delivery exactly matches the manifest. All delivery vehicles will be staffed with 2 agents. One will always remain in the vehicle while it contains marijuana products. Delivery routes will be randomized. Product will not be visible and will be sealed, labeled, and in tamper-resistant packaging. All deliveries will be video recorded and video will be retained for 90 days. Next slide, please. For our security overview, Wendell Delk of Universal Security is our contractor. He will be working with Jerry Smart. Jerry's a retired Boston police officer, very familiar with B2, lives in Roxbury, was on the force for almost 30 years, and he will be overseeing the security of this location. We have a 0 tolerance for diversion, on-site consumption, or loitering within the immediate neighborhood, instituting a permanent ban list for any violators. Security will be the first to arrive and the last to leave our establishment every day and be fully trained in the prevention of crime to ensure the safety of our customers, employees, and neighbors. Next slide, please. Protecting youth from accessing product. We're committed to doing everything possible to prevent diversion of product to minors. Security will perform on-premise verification of identification for all customers and guests utilizing ID signs, state-of-the-art technology for secure ID confirmation before they enter the premises. This is the same technology used by Massport at Logan. Customers will be verified once again at the time of purchase. All employees will complete security and safety training. Prevention again of diversion begins with training our employees and educating our customers. We will provide educational materials and signage in store for customers to remind them that diversion of product to minors is illegal. We'll report any customer seen diverting product to minors to the police, and we'll institute, again, a permanent ban list from our store. We will have no product that is packaged in a manner to be attractive to minors. All product will be in child-resistant packaging. And customers will be provided with education on safe storage and consumption of cannabis products. And we have committed to our neighbors to have signage at the exit door highlighting public consumption, again, is illegal. Next slide, please. Our employment plan, we are an equal opportunity employer dedicated to hiring local and diverse talent. We understand that the success that our hiring and personnel policies are a crucial part of attracting, retaining, and promoting the most qualified individuals with a variety of life experiences. So we're committed to creating career opportunities, not just a job, for Boston residents that include total compensation that exceeds any living wage. Our staff will have access to all of our community benefits and our pathways to home ownership. We will work with community organizations like the City of Boston's Career Center, Cultivate Ed, and advertise in the Dorchester Report and Bay State Banner. We're looking to hire in this location between 16 and 20 Boston residents. Next slide, please. This is just a view, a few of our supporters, all of our butters here in blue, the orange. Pretty substantial support. We didn't get a chance to highlight more in blue as the support continuing to come in. Next slide, please. So elected officials and neighborhood organizations in support, we have support from City Councilor at Large, Julia Mejia, City Councilor at Large, Anissa Sabi George, our State Representative China Tyler, our State Representative Liz Miranda, non-opposition from our District City Councilor, and some of the neighborhood organizations that we have letters of support from include Roxbury Path Forward, Orchard Gardens Neighborhood Association, Cape Verde Association of Boston, Mount Pleasant Forest Vine Street, and Tommy's Rocks Neighborhood Association. Next slide, please. This is just a list of some of the businesses that abut us that are in support. Silver Slipper, Mr. Lee's, all familiar names as far as Tropical Foods. Some of the landlords are also listed here in the area that we reached out to. Next slide, please.
I think that's
it, gentlemen.
Okay, well, thank you for that comprehensive presentation. Let me get back to just some of the specifics about the space itself. How many square feet did you say the space would be?
The total square footage, retail and storage, is 2,400. It actually feels a little smaller, but it's listed technically as 2,400 square feet.
So that's 12 and 12 on two floors, right?
Correct.
And the storage is down below and the retail is ground level?
Ground level retail.
Okay. How many, so 1,200 square feet, how many people can you accommodate at any given time?
20 people is our maximum occupancy.
Okay, and are you taking online orders as well as in person?
Both, yeah, we're taking, so the way we kind of set it up, instead of the pharmacy approach that you see at some dispensary where people order and then they package it, we set up our stations to kind of speed the process of coming in and out. So when you first come in, we have online orders, we have a small consult desk, but then the other stations to the right are essentially what I call, I know what I want, so you can go right to it and get in and out. And the cashier, what they call in the cannabis industry, the bud tenders, everything is at arm's length. So we set this up because we're used to dealing with high traffic next door. So we realize that if people can come in and the cashier or the bud tender can just give them what they're asking for, we can get folks in and out of there pretty quickly.
Okay, and then let me ask you about, you had a slide on deliveries. The piece of information that I didn't see was what the times of deliveries are. I mean, Nubian Square is obviously a very highly trafficked area, and I think it would be wise to try to do it at off-peak hours.
I would agree. I think off-peak hours are better. I mean, right now, deliveries are happening with all the merchants at random times. But if we can schedule deliveries with our vendors before we open, before 9 a.m., we think that's the best time.
Okay.
We prefer not to do it now when we're open.
And one of your slides talked about security. Can you summarize again what the security experience will be for someone either just walking down the street as a bystander or someone walking in? So
security is probably one of the most important things on this neighborhood. By adding security, if we are approved at this location, we now have security on this entire block. So we're having a person outside of the store at all times to monitor not just the store but the entire block, and then additional security inside. So this way,
where will the outside security be standing?
Right in the entryway of the location. But they are They're scheduled to monitor the entire block. If we need additional security, we will bring another person on staff, depending on how attractive our location is or the number of customers. But essentially, there will be somebody outside at all times of this location.
And someone inside as well, Mr. Chairman, if that wasn't clear. 2 security staff at all times of opening.
All right, and we've been working with the Transit Police, Bank of America Security, and Boston Police, and we feel that by adding security to this block, now we have security on this block, across the street. We're working alongside Transit Police, which is directly in front of us, and then there's a security guard at the next block at Bank of America. So now this whole, at Citizens Bank, so now we have 4 blocks that have private security and also public security, but with the Transit Police monitoring the area.
And what happens if there's an overflow, especially in the beginning where there might be a high level of interest in people? I mean, at a certain point, are you going to cut off the number of people inside and have a line outside?
So we do not want to have lines outside. We're seeing with what we've noticed in the area is that there aren't many lines outside at these locations these days. But we are redirecting folks to shop in the area if we do have a line. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. So you're just going to tell people if you max out inside, you'll tell people to come back later?
Correct. I mean, they can park for as long as they need to, shop in the area, and then come back to our establishment. We don't anticipate having long lines, but we are with our security team thinking that our first month or 2 of operations, we should also have a police detail. So those are discussions that we're having, and no big commitments yet until we are on the other side of the curve here.
And Mr. Chair, the security advisor for this dispensary, Jerry Smart, who Mr. Castillo mentioned earlier, was formerly had the foot beat in Nubian Square and was the B2 community service officer for many years. So he's going to be overseeing the individual security staff who are on site, but as well as the sort of broader security strategy, and making sure that there's coordination with the other agencies, but as well as if they need additional staffer on security, Mr. Castillo is committed to doing that and making sure that there's not an overflow on this block.
Okay, and then one of your other slides talked about the number of jobs available. You said 16 to 20. Is that what you anticipate?
Correct. Yeah, because it's for different shifts. So obviously our capacity is 20 folks, but we're not going to have 20 staff at any one given time. It's a small area. So we don't anticipate having more than 4 to 6 people at any given shift.
So are those 16 and 20 full-time or part-time jobs, or a combination?
A combination.
Okay.
We like the idea of having more full-time, but obviously there's day shift, night shift, and weekend shift, and that's where the part-timers kind of come in.
Okay, and now for the $64,000 question, the buffer zone. What is within a half mile of your proposal?
So we are not within any buffer zones of any schools. There was an applicant that created a buffer zone for us, and that's the only buffer zone issue we have.
Mr. Chairman, if I can interject, there is an applicant that this board heard, I believe, last month, that the cannabis board had approved that was within half a mile. The board at that time denied the applicant. So to be quite frank, we're not 100% clear on the current buffer zone status of this application. If the board had approved, or if more recently the cannabis board had a second HCA in the area, there would be the standard buffer zone challenge. The other applicant, which is my understanding, is applied for a rehearing before this board, I believe next month. Is still on the other side of Nubian Square, and I think there are significant differences in, Mr. Castillo's application. I think in particular the parking that he's mentioned that this location has, to make sure that there's not a negative impact. And if you'll look to, I believe there are about 300 letters of support, including many of the civic associations and elected officials, feel that this particular applicant, buffer zone or not, makes sense for this location, makes sense for the neighborhood based both on Mr. Castillo's long track record in the community, but also the physical location and sort of the aspects. I think in particular the parking has really been well received.
And the buffer zone issue has been driving me crazy for some length. Has this proposal been before the Cannabis Board?
The Cannabis Board unanimously approved this in July.
All right, okay. So, I mean, I have to say, I mean, I've said this before, I'll say it again. As a zoning board, our mission is to try to carry out city policy with respect to this new industry. The problem has been that city policy is a moving target. And for a while, the half-mile buffer zone seemed like it was engraved in stone. Now it's engraved in quicksand. You know, the issue of how you measure to the schools has been changed. I don't even know what city policy is anymore, and I don't know how we are expected to make consistent levels of decision. So, you know, and then the issue of the Cannabis Board, you know, the issue of equity applicants is a laudable goal, but, you know, that seems to make the buffer zone stuff go away. It's just very confusing. And so I think the only way for us to do this in any kind of way that maintains integrity is just to deal with each project on its own merits and its own value. So I'm throwing my hands up on the buffer zone issue, to be quite honest. So I'll leave it at that. Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are a little thin, obviously, based on sort of what we're seeing. I just had a couple quick questions. I do thank the proponent for the presentation and sort of, I think, a great understanding of connection to the community. Just to confirm, so there is a small alleyway on the rear side. Is that where you would bring in your deliveries? Is that what the sort of plan is, or I just want to make sure that I heard that?
We prefer to bring them in through the front before we open.
Okay.
If we were in a situation where we couldn't, we definitely have access. Let's say somebody was running behind and we had to open, we would take it into the rear.
Understood. Okay. And then I guess my other thing, I'm an architect and design matters to me. You know, there is no scope shown for any exterior facade work. I think, you know, there's the building next door is quite handsome, and I think the street has some qualities that I think it would be great if this is approved or you move forward, that I think that we'd like to see. I think the enhancement of the facade work be consistent with the street.
We own all the buildings adjacent to this. That Hanson building, we worked with the city. We also did the construction. We do the construction in-house for these projects. And we're working with the city right now on the last corner building. It was delayed because of COVID. Our particular building, our subject building for the dispensary, we're kind of at a standstill because we are, you know, today determines whether we are approved or not. So we did not want to jump the gun. We're kind of waiting to see, you know, if we are approved, then we can take the next steps to work on the right design for the facade of it. But I think it's going to be really impactful, the change in the facade of this property adjacent to two what I call kind of historic buildings.
Beautiful.
Well,
thank you.
Mr. Castillo, I think Mr. Robinson's point is that for us to approve this project, one of the things that we consider is design. And so we don't have a proposed exterior view, signage or whatever, and it would be, that if we were to approve it, we would want to do it contingent on a exterior facade that is acceptable.
Absolutely.
Are you working with main streets? Are you working with main streets on your other sort of facade work?
Correct. We're working. They just actually, while we were holding this morning, just called to touch base on the corner building that you can only see in the gray area there. So yeah, we work closely with Aaron Scheifer's office on the facade improvements. We have one other project going on in the area right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. This is Jason Gant from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. They have had outstanding and really good community support for this proposal. Their abutters meeting was held on June 2nd, where there was no opposition raised. And as Carlos has said, he has had those conversations with people offline to reach out and reach out to the people who were and did have any questions. I do want to note, just to make sure that Carlos continues working with all of the neighbors and abutters to this projected project. He has consented to do so, so I am definitely in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Mejia, go ahead. You're on mute. No, can you hear us? I think we can't hear you. We still can't hear you, but looks like your sound is on. You take any other elected officials? I'm not sure what's happening, Councilor.
It's like Council's muted.
Okay, yeah, she put her, show what's happening. Let me just go to Kevin Higgins. Kevin, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Kevin Higgins here from Rep. Liz Miranda's office. Address is 770 East Ashland Street. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm just here to share the rep's full support for the applicant at 2363 Washington Street. The applicant has engaged in a vigorous community outreach process and has exceeded expectations of constituents, civic leaders, and abutters in the neighborhood. And the applicant has a long history of operating small businesses that really contribute to and benefit the abutting neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Okay. I also have Ty from Councilor Wu's office. Let me just go back to the name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tali Robbins on behalf of City Councilor at Large Michelle Wu. Councilor Wu would like to go on record in support of this project.
Let me just go back to Julia to see.
Mr. Chair, Secretary here while we're waiting. We have letters of support as well.
Not sure if she logged out and is trying to log back in, but I do have additional raised hands here. Roxbury Main Street, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Thank you. This is Robert George, Executive Director for Roxbury Main Street, 2343 Washington Street. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we fully endorse this project. The board voted to support and endorse the cannabis industry in Nubian Square. We see this as another diversification of the business that we need to have in the district and attract significant new visitors and shoppers to the square. The person who's presenting this proposal has been a long-standing member of our community, as well as a long-standing business member, has supported a number of activities and programs in the city and for the overall community. So we fully endorse this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else, Madam Ambassador?
Lorraine, sorry, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please? Can you hear us?
Hi, this is Lorraine Payne Wheeler, and my address is 85 Moreland Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of Roxbury Path Forward. We were one of the many neighborhood associations that supported this project, and the reason that we supported it was that this particular owner has been operating liquor stores in the area for quite some time, and we haven't had any issues from those stores. And if you know about Roxbury and you know about Nubian Square, that was not always the case. We also think that his application is superior because he does have dedicated parking. Parking is always going to be an issue because, you know, when people come into Nubian Square, they oftentimes think that it's not a place that you would want to walk presently. We really are supportive of the fact that he meets all of the requirements in the zoning code. He is not within 500 feet of a school. He is not within half of a mile of a presently approved cannabis business. And the fact that he took the time to go out and to get support from people, businesses, individuals who will actually be impacted by this business was really very important to us. And just for something that Mark Ehrlich said about equity, we are really watching, because I think equity to some people means that too many businesses selling this product will be in Roxbury because we already have an overpresence of liquor stores. And so we're just going to ask that this board and any board that participates in the approval of cannabis businesses to really think about following the same rules and guidelines in Roxbury that, you know, we're following in other communities. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Tina Marie. You've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Greetings, this is Tina Marie. My address is 37 Vassar Street, and I'm a community member, and I am in full support of this project. I would like to echo everything that everyone else shared, and also show appreciation, particularly for the security and their ability to sort of monitor that block. I think that just demonstrates sort of the applicant's thinking in a holistic framework about the community. So just showing appreciation and support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Julie he is still trying to get on.
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I think that the chair and I are having the same. We have bad karma today, you and I. So I feel your pain here. So just wanted to thank the chair and the board. For the record, I am Julia Mejia. I'm city councilor at large, and I would like to go on the record in support of this project to change the occupancy to 2363 Washington Street in Union Square from store to cannabis dispensary. Based on my personal experience, I know that Carlos is committed to being a good neighbor, a community member, and more importantly, will be a responsible operator of cannabis dispensary here at this location. He has also engaged with members of the surrounding community and working diligently to address our concerns. And it is my belief that by approving this change will benefit this neighborhood as well as the city, and I urge you all to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm glad you got your internet back.
All right, lastly, we have Victor Chang. You've been unmuted.
Hi, Victor Chang, 419 Boylston Street. I just want to quickly say that I could not more strongly endorse Carlos Castillo on this project. I've known him as a business operator, and as an owner-operator of this proposed business, you know that he's going to do the right thing and be a positive contribution to the neighborhood. So, again, could not endorse this more strongly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Victor.
Thank you very much. I think we can probably cut off the point.
If I can just ask people to lower their hands as well, so
okay.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to approve a BPDA design review for frontage. And
Okay, I want to just, Mr. Ruggiero, what I'd like to add is that we hold signature until we receive an elevation showing what the facade and signage will look like. But do you accept that as an amendment?
What if we put in, I mean, it sounds like he will be working with Main Streets on that. I mean, I feel like we could do a proviso that BPDA design review in conjunction with Main Streets, and I don't think we need to come back for a signature on that. Based on looking at what the properties the proponent has already completed in the neighborhood, as well as his stature in the neighborhood, I think we'll hold him more accountable, to be honest. So I'm comfortable with that, if that's okay.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, so the motion's been made to approve with BPDA design review in conjunction with Main Streets for the facade. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Good luck.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, it's now 12:30. I know I did call 11, but I'm going to call 11 o'clock again for any deferrals or withdrawals, and then I'm going to call 12:30. So right now I'm going to take 11 o'clock for any deferrals or withdrawals.
Mr. Secretary?
Yeah.
This is Attorney Jeff Drago. I was wondering the composition of the board, if it was still a 6-member.
Mr. Kendall is here, 7-member board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're all here. This is for 11 o'clock only, but now I'm going to go to 12:30. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30? Address.
19 Granada Park, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, give me 2 seconds to call it in. For the record, calling BOA 117-8769, 19 Granada Park. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, 28 State Street, Suite 802 in Boston. Seeking a deferral here, we were just recently brought on board for this project at the end of last week. We noticed there was a technical issue with the plans that are in front of the board, and we're asking the architect to update the plans, have them re-reviewed and stamped by ISD before being heard by the board. No zoning issues, but just some labeling issues that we want to make sure are clear when we come back from before the board for approval.
To defer.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
You'll have a date of November 16th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30?
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
89 Woodrow and a companion case 8-8A Oakhurst.
Okay. For the record, calling BOA 120-3726, 89 Woodrow Avenue. There is a companion case, BOA 11780-488 to 8A Oakhurst Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the property owner applicant. We just had our most recent abutter meeting last week to present our revised scaled down proposal. And as a result of that, we will now be preparing and submitting a new rejection set to ISD with the revised reduced version of the proposal, and therefore are seeking deferral at this time.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to defer.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Thank you.
So you'll also have a date of November 16th at 12:30.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30?
Yes, Eric Zackerson, architect for 396 West 2nd Street.
Hold on, Mr. Sachs. You're going to defer?
Yes, we were going to defer.
All right, I'm going to call it for the record. Calling BOA 116-4225, 390 to 396 West 2nd Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Eric Zackerson, architect for the project, 1 Ludlow Street in Charlestown, Massachusetts.
What is the reason for deferral?
We resubmitted the drawings to ISD, and they noticed that one of the changes that we had made during the neighborhood process added a variance, and they asked us to defer so that they could make public notice of this additional variance, which would be the fact that they are expanding the head houses, and that triggers a height violation.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to defer.
There a second?
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, you got a date?
You'll also have the date of November 16th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30? Hearing none, we'll go back to start the 11 o'clock cases, calling the first 2 cases. Calling BOA 112-28936, 7 to 11 Curtis Street. There is a companion case. There is a companion case, BOA 122-8949, 670 to 672 Saratoga Street. This is for 7 to 11 Curtis, erecting new residential building with 23 units, 17 parking spaces, and a newly created lot containing 8,725 square feet. Violations Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 57.3, traffic visibility across the corners. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. This is for 670 to 672 Saratoga. This is to erect a new residential building with 6 units in a newly created lot containing 3,652 square feet. The violation is the same with the exception, so I gotta change it a little bit. So, Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. And Article 53, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, this is Tyrone Kendo. Sorry, I just want to recuse myself from this, please.
Okay. We have six-member board, which means that the issue of administrative deferral is always an option. But does the proponent want to go ahead?
Mr. Chairman, we would actually like to seek the administrative deferral, please.
Oh, okay.
I'll make a motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion carries.
So that brings us into December 7th at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
It'll be 12/7, 21 at 12:30. I'll never get my voice back again. Calling the next 4 cases. Calling BOA 123-3748, 14 Holborn Street. There are 3 companion cases, BOA 123-3752, 15 Holborn Street. BOA 123-3756, 15R Holborn Street. And BOA 123-3758, 17 Holborn Street. This is for 14 Holborn. This is erected two-family dwelling on a vacant lot. In violation of Article 50, Section 29, the building height, number of stories is excessive. And Article 50, Section 29, the front yard is insufficient. This is for 15 Holborn. This is to erect a single-family dwelling on a vacant lot. In violation of Article 10, Section 1, limitation of area of accessory uses. Article 50, Section 29, the building height, number of stories is excessive. And Article 50, Section 29, the front yard is insufficient. This is for 15R Holborn. This is erect a new 2-family dwelling on a vacant lot. The violations are Article 50, Section 29, building height, number of stories is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, front yard is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 29, the rear yard is insufficient. And this is for 17 Holborn. This is erect a new 1-family dwelling on a vacant lot. The violations, Article 50, Section 29, the building height, number of stories is excessive. And Article 50, Section 29, the front yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Matt Eckel with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street in Boston. With me on the call today are Dwayne Boyce and Adler Bernardin from Norfolk Design and Construction, and Chris Drew from RCA, the project architects. As mentioned, this project involves 4 separate lots. As you can see on the screen there, they are outlined with the red outlines. So we're proposing to seek 4 separate structures, a 2-family at 14 Holborn, a 2-family at 15R Holborn, and then a 1-family at both 15 and 17 Holborn. This proposal is part of the Neighborhood Homes Initiative in collaboration with the Department of Neighborhood Development, and this would provide affordable home ownership opportunities. The zoning subdistrict actually, there's 2 separate subdistricts that go through 2 of the lots. So there's an MFR as well as a 3F 4000. So both single family and 2 families are allowed in both of those zoning districts. For the specific breakdown at 14 Holborn, which is on your left there, we're proposing a 2-family. Both would have 2-bedroom units, about 1,500 square feet, and 2 parking spaces, and they'd be at 80% AMI. The second 2-family would be at 15R Holborn, which is also 2 2-bedroom units, about 1,500 square feet, and 2 parking spaces. The 2 single families would be at 15 and 17 Holborn. Each would be 3-bedroom units at about an average of 1,500 square feet. In terms of the violations, as were mentioned, all 4 proposals were cited for both building height in stories and front yard. We believe the requirement for building height in stories is 3 stories, and we are at 3, so we believe that may have been cited in error. And front yard, you're required to have 20 feet. We're proposing 10 for all 4 properties. Additionally, at 15 Holborn, we were cited for limitation of area based on the location of the parking. It is not front yard parking, but it's located on the side of the property. And then finally, at 15R Holborn, we were cited for a rear yard violation. Normally, what's required is 30 feet. Because of the shallow lot exception, we're required to have 23, and we're just over 19, so just under 4 feet short in the rear. With that, I will pause and take any questions on the process or any of the zoning.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a little confused about why you would be in violation. If you said it's they're either MFR or 3F zoning, why is a 3-story building considered in violation?
So there was some confusion over the stories. We believe that was cited in error. We actually contend we have about 2.5-story building, perhaps 3 for FAR calculatable purposes, but a 3-story building is allowed in both districts.
Yeah.
I had to follow up with the plans examiner, but at that point we had already had this advertised.
Okay. It looks that one of the photos you showed looks like there's a real severe slope on 15 and 15R. How are the buildings designed in order to accommodate the topography?
Yeah, so there is quite a slope. We're not proposing on 15R, I believe we're slab. I would defer to Chris Drew on the actual design of 15R, as that is at the top of the slope.
We've previously been working with both BPDA and DND for some slight retaining walls, but because it is going to be slab on grade, but it's going to be raised slab on grade, we'll be able to work with the topography so that it's not, everything works within it.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So all four structures are slab on grade?
Correct. Raised slab on grade, but yes, there's no basements or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. How are the drawings, Mr. Robinson?
The drawings look good. I had no questions actually about them.
Any questions from the board? Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the proponent?
Chairman and members of the board, this is Jason Gant from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. As stated, they have been working with numerous community members, specifically Project Right, with this proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, Council to go on record support. Thank you.
I have hands raised, but did any letters on file? Should I go ahead? Okay, Mike, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, sorry, I was having problems with raising hand. My name is Michael Close with Project Right, 320, letter A, Blue Avenue. Chairman and the board, we wish to speak on behalf of Holborn Organic Gas and Otisville Bearman Association and other residents who participate in the project. We work closely with the city, with the developer to create the RFP, to review their design and in several meetings, and the neighbors are supportive of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I do have another raised hand by Ann. Ann, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please? Oh, it looks like I'm having some issues unmuting Ann. Not sure if you want to put your comments in the email or having an issue raising your hand. And again, if you want to put your comments in the chat, please let me know.
I left her message. I have not heard from her today yet. But I
have no additional raised hand.
Okay, Mr. Fortune, are there any communications?
Trying to see who's that talking as well, so I can mute them.
No, there is nothing in the file for support or opposition.
All right, can I have a motion then?
I'll make a motion to approve with continued BPDA design review.
Right, but I guess.
I'll second.
Second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling DOA 121-6622, 892 River Street. This is an interior tenant build-out for new tenant fitness club operating 24 hours. Change in occupancy from a Dollar Tree retail to a 24-hour fitness gym. The violation is Article 2A, Section 2A-1, entertainment uses, adult entertainment, amusement game machines in commercial establishment, amusement game machines in a non-commercial establishment, a bar with live entertainment, bowling alley, billiard parlor, dance hall, drive-in theater, fitness center, or gymnasium, private club not serving alcohol or private club serving alcohol, restaurant with live entertainment not operating after 10:30 p.m. The applicant is looking for a 7-day, 24-hour operation. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chase Olafana. My address is 1815 Massachusetts Avenue in Cambridge. Good afternoon. I represent Planet Fitness. I'm the Director of Development for Planet Fitness, requesting to operate 24 hours Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. in order to cater to community members that work overnight, hospital workers, doctors, and the wider Hyde Park neighborhood. In each case, we strive to be 100% inclusive, and obviously involving everyone within the community. We've had 4 community meetings, or actually, I'm sorry, 7 public meetings, 4 with East River Neighborhood Association and 3 with the community-wide neighborhood associations, Fairmont, West Fairmont, Roseberry, Ruskindale, and Belknap. And we've received support. We've discussed adding security cameras to our facility, about 25 security cameras with a 90-day backup, exterior lighting, for staff training, which all our staff are trained in operation of a 24-hour facility. Most of our facilities are 24 hours. Throughout the United States, we have 2,000 locations throughout the U.S., and we're welcoming the neighborhood to provide an affordable, high-quality fitness experience in a non-intimidating environment.
How do you handle, is there somebody there, a staff person on 24/7, or how do you handle the off hours?
We do, yeah. We're fully staffed. We employ between 30 and 40 individuals from the community within each facility. Overnight hours, we have between 4 and 5 staff members, and they are trained during overnight hours.
And are the doors open 24/7, or do you have to you get buzzed in, or how's security handled?
So our operation doesn't change throughout the day. So you'd enter through the entry, which is shown on the screen right now, and you check in with the reception at the reception desk. It's the same whether it's 8 a.m. or 3 a.m.
Okay, and you don't have problems with that late at night?
We do not. Yeah, in fact, most of our members prefer working out after hours just due to time constraints that are, everyday occurrences in their lives.
Okay. Okay, how are the drawings, Mr. Robinson?
The drawings look good, no questions.
Any questions from the board? Is there anyone here to testify on behalf of the applicant?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Danielle Fonseca with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to go on record in support of 892 River for Nard Properties in conjunction with Planet Fitness, as Mr. Chase mentioned, met with several different neighborhood associations, in addition to presenting at a neighborhood-wide meeting. And they've also been posted or featured in the Hyde Park Bulletin newspaper on April 1st regarding their proposal. And a butters meeting for our office was held on July 21st, where some concerns were raised around the original proposition of the 24 hours and how that could impact the rest of the Riverwood shops, traffic on River, and how safety measures would be taken, particularly during that late night, early morning hours of operation. Nard Properties has initiated a traffic study to reflect the changes and circumstances of the shop and the surrounding neighborhood, and the applicants have also mentioned that they will have security for the building. After the meeting was conducted for our office on the 21st of July, Belknap Family Neighborhood Association led efforts to create a one-question survey to allow the community to weigh in on support of that 24/7 operation, or whether it be the 10:30 p.m. closing. After that finding of the survey, the applicants actually worked with the community to alter their proposed hours of operation, which they're presenting today. Everyone deserves the ability to work on mental and physical health, and I believe this extended hours could accommodate that in our neighborhood. We have a lot of, in Hyde Park, people who work for police, firefighters, healthcare workers, many who might be holding multiple jobs to support their family, so this extension could be very helpful. So at this time, our office has received no letters of support or opposition for this proposal, but we do believe that it will ultimately impact the neighborhood in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, you have no raised hands.
I raised my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jessica, may I go?
Yep, sorry about that. Yes, and I do see another raised hands. Go ahead.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, State Representative Rob Consalvo, representing the 14th Suffolk District, and this project, this project is in my district, and this business will be in my district in the 14th Suffolk District. I'd like to go on the record in strong support of the project. This has had an exhaustive public process with many multiple meetings, thoroughly vetted by the applicants to all segments of the Hyde Park community, not just the immediate abutters, but as you heard, multiple neighborhood groups around the city, around the Hyde Park and around the 14th Suffolk District. And I think will have an extremely positive benefit for our community. I've received many constituents who have reached out to me in support of the application, and I have no constituents who have reached out to me today asking me to oppose this application. So again, looking forward to this business in our district and what it will bring, and ask that the board enthusiastically endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Jordan Frias here from Councilor Ricardo Arroyo's office. We also have to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan.
Mr. Chair, Secretary here. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Madam Ambassador. We do have a few letters of support. We also have one letter of opposition, but there's nothing stated on the opposition.
Thank you. Then, Lokita Jackson, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Lokita Jackson at 48 Roseberry Road in Hyde Park, Mass. I am the co-chair of the Roseberry Road Ruskindale Neighborhood Association, as well as the chair of the Community Input Board that includes 5 different neighborhood associations, their representatives. And so we did submit a letter of support. It's conditional, and we just wanted to make sure that it's clear, support of the revised hours, meaning from Friday through Sunday, closing at 10:30 p.m. And one correction, just for Chase Villafana's statement earlier, there was only one community-wide meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I have no additional.
But I'm a little confused. To the applicant, I thought I've heard from both the mayor's office and Ms. Jackson about not a 24/7 hour operation. What was it? What you're proposing 24/7, correct?
We're proposing 24/5 after our meeting with the community. So that's Monday through Friday, 24 hours, closing on Friday, actually at 10 p.m. And then Saturday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Oh, okay, then I misunderstood.
So it's Monday, okay, so you closed Friday at 10:30.
Correct.
Right. Okay, so it's like Monday through Thursday, 24 hours.
Basically, yes, exactly.
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
No other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
A motion to approve, with the proviso that on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, they close at 10:30 p.m.
And design review for...
Design review, yep, and design.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-7700, 55 Neponset Avenue. This is to build a new exterior front egress on apartment 2 on the 2nd floor. The violation, Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use. Name and address for the record, please. have 55 Neponset Avenue on the phone or on the call?
Take a look. Sandra Sanchez, yes, okay. She was having some connectivity issues earlier. Sandra, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Sanchez, 55 Neponset Ave, Hyde Park.
Okay, can you tell us about what you're proposing?
Yes, what happened is, right now, my second floor and in myself, we use the same entry to get into the house. And because the stair that I have to go to the second floor is too big and take almost all the space for the living room in the second floor. Basically, in the second floor, we don't have living room in there. Took me over a year to rent that apartment because anytime the people come to see it, they didn't like it because they don't have living room. And also, I have a business. It's daycare, family daycare. And my second floor and myself, we use the same entry. So it's too busy in the morning. I have license for 8 kids, and 4 kids live in the second floor. So it's too busy in the morning. And my tenants, they're not too happy about see people in the morning when they leave with the kids to go to school, and they complain about it. And that's why I try to do separate entries for the 2 apartments.
Okay, Mr. Robinson, maybe you can help. From what I can just see of the plans, the proposal is to add an exterior staircase outside to replace the interior one, so there's more living space inside. Is that what's going on?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your read on that?
Well, I think it's a tough situation because I can understand what the issue is. I think, it is a large house. I think the BPDA has weighed in that, they think there should be a resolution on the interior because it's not consistent with the neighborhood. I'm sure this is a much more cost-effective approach to provide access.
So this new stairwell would be in the front yard, right?
That's correct. And I think that's probably what the issue is.
Not really in the front, it's one side of at the sides.
Yeah, it's on the side, but it's facing the front.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there's probably a way to do this a little bit better, but I think this is obviously a straightforward issue. But I'm not sure. I don't really fully understand the inside and the operations of it, so it's a little hard for me to say you can put it inside and live with it that way. So I think seems like a reasonable ask. I think there's maybe the sort of resolution maybe could be done a little bit better in conjunction with maybe a BPDA review on it.
Mr. Hampton, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I agree. I know it does say denial without prejudice, but Mr. Robinson hit it right on the head that the exterior change is what is really concerning for us. If this can be done with an interior or some sort of extension of that already front entrance to the side or something. But yeah, I mean, an interior alternative would be, I think, the best solution.
And do you think that can be accomplished with design review?
I think we can try to make it work, sure, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I understand exactly the situation and, how difficult it is, but yeah, let's try to do it through design review.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Danielle Fonseca with Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. An abutters meeting was held on June 17th. No abutters were in attendance. I received a phone call and email from a concerned abutter saying that they did not receive a notice of the hearing, they received notice of the hearing, but not of the abutters meeting. After that, I connected with Ms. Sanchez, and she confirmed that she indeed did fly or notify all abutters. Afterwards, I also received confirmation from 2 separate abutters that they were in fact personally notified by Ms. Sanchez but they believed that they did not need to attend the community meeting. Ultimately, our office believes this is a small-scale project that will not negatively impact the community, and would like to see it move forward. Thank you.
Do you have someone looking to give testimony? Stuart Rose is the director. Go ahead, can you state your name and address for the record, please? Hi, Stuart.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead, you're up and unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Stuart Rose. I'm in a butter at 242 East Berkeley Street. We own a 5-story, 50,000 square foot commercial building right near the corner of East Berkeley and Albany Streets. And across the street,
Like the same project?
No, it's not. Sorry about that. No, thank you.
Okay, goodbye.
All right. Does anybody else want to weigh in on this one? Okay. Then can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with EPA design review to work on the issues associated with it.
that motion.
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that motion, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
I don't understand.
Mr. Hampton, can you follow up with the proponent?
Of course. Calling the next case, calling BOA 121-3458, 500 to 502 Western Avenue. This is a parking for a fee, Article 51, Section 16. Parking for a fee is forbidden use. In Article 51, Section 8, the parking lot is forbidden use in a 3F 4,000 sub-district. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Secretary. I believe there's also a companion case for this at Richardson Street.
Okay.
Happy to introduce Buffer White.
I'll do that as well. It wasn't connected to mine, so I'll do it right now.
Thank you, sir.
There is a companion case, BOA 121-3461, 7-9 Richardson. You just call that in. This is parking for a fee. In violation of Article 51, Section 8, the parking lot is a forbidden use in a 3F 4,000 sub-district. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you again, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Attorney Joe Hanley, McDermott, Quilty, Miller, 28 State Street in Boston, here representing the property owner, Ardo Garabinian, who is also the operator of the existing fee-paid parking use at this site. These are two parcels on one lot at 500 Western Ave and 7-9 Richardson Street in the Brighton, North Brighton neighborhood. It exists with a parking use that was approved by this board back in 2016 and limited for 5 years. The owner is seeking to extend that use for only a 3-year period pursuant with the BPDA's recommendation as it explores potential development opportunities at this site, but continues to provide the fee-paid parking. Parking provides a service to the community in the sense that it accommodates contractor parking for a number of construction projects that are going on in the area. Also, he has tenants who rent spaces that are residents in the neighborhood and for businesses in the immediate area. We had the opportunity to revisit this discussion with both neighborhood groups. We also flyered the community, received no opposition whatsoever. And we are agreeable and have worked with the BPDA with respect to their recommendation, limiting this request for 3 years, and to work with them on screening and buffering, which you'll see on the site plan, which would accommodate approximately 99 parking spaces and also be reduced to only 1 curb cut. Right now, there are a series of curb cut openings, so that'll be an improved condition in the meantime. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hanley, so obviously the concern that we would have is around screening and buffering. Right now, there's nothing, as I understand it.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Ehrlich. So this was also a gas station with fee-paid parking. The gas station the tanks have been removed and the canopies and pumps have all been taken out, and so there's remediation going on that. And they're also going to be demolishing the gas station structure. And so as part of that, we would be working with the BPDA per their recommendation on screening and buffering for this 3-year continued fee-paid parking use as we go through the process.
Okay, so is the drawing that we're looking at on the screen right now, there's these little green rectangles, is that plantings? What is that?
Yeah, so those are a planter zone, buffer zone that was provided to ISD for the refusal letter and to the BPDA for their recommendation, which my understanding was a recommendation of approval for 3 years subject to screening and buffering. So at the pleasure of the board, if it was a proviso, we would, prior to permitting for the 3 more years, we would return to them for more engagement on this plan.
Okay, all right, yeah, I get that. I'm just curious, I'm just wondering why it's only really on one side and not around the entire perimeter. It's just not fully.
So the right now, the back of the site on Macon Street has on-street parking, and it's a little bit set back, but certainly that's something we can explore. Okay. The front is Western Ave, which is kind of the more dominant or predominant section, but we're certainly open to that discussion with the BPA.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, just because I have to ask you how the plans, I'll ask you, there's not much to say.
They look amazing. I agree. I think there needs to be more attention to the screening and buffering around the perimeter and maybe even in the middle. I know this is a temporary condition, but it's a big piece of asphalt that I think it would be nice to enhance if we can. So no questions. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Palm trees lining the center, right?
Yep.
Tiki bar.
All right.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, I do have a question for Mr. Hanley. I'm looking at Google Maps, and I'm looking at Richardson Street. There's a barbed wire fence. There's like a knee wall concrete. Is that coming down? Is that staying? And is Richardson Street part of this project?
Yeah, because as I indicated, there was an Irving gas station on the site that the client operated for many years. Tanks have been recently removed in January, and I think they're preparing for demolition of the existing gas station structure. So all of that is staging that will be removed. And again, this site will temporarily be, repurposed for that 3-year parking use as part of the design review.
Okay, because Richardson Street looks like it's permit parking only. Yeah, it looks like vehicle for the complex.
Yeah, so Richardson Street is a public street. We don't control that. And one of the reasons why the neighbors like this fee-paid parking use is that, people park on Richardson Street that, and oftentimes will come in and park there. And so we're able to accommodate them for a fee. And two of our tenants right now are building on Leo Birmingham Parkway and also on Soldiersville Place. So they're workers, contractors that come in with their personal vehicles and, and park on our site. As far as Richardson goes, this condition for the development in the future, there's absolutely a vision to integrate and to improve that sidewalk. And, that's part of a larger potential development of this site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One question. Does the applicant have an open air parking license from BTD or no?
Yes, so this is, as I had indicated, we were approved in 2016, Mr. Garavadian, property owner and the operator of the fee-paid parking. And so that expired this year, and that's why we're back and we're asking for only 3 years pursuant to the BPDA recommendation, so we can continue to provide the service as it was before and also make these improvements to buffering.
Okay, because I see no signage on anywhere from what the signage requirements are for an open air parking lot, so.
Okay, cool.
It's been 5 years this guy's operated this parking lot, and that's concerning.
So it's a park, but to be clear, it's a fee-paid parking lot with a gas station. So
Yeah,
if you're
I
looking
think
at
that's
it now,
how-
it's, yeah, things
The
have been
signage is a
blocked.
requirement of that license, so it should have been.
Okay, we can, if we approve that, we can make sure that's a proviso. Okay, is there anybody here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, like, recommend support of this proposal. The applicant flyered abutters within 300 feet. We had several reach out to our office. No serious concerns were presented and no opposition voiced. They also went on to the Brighton Alston Improvement Association, which is the active civic group, and received their support as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, this is Maura McCrae from Councillor Braden's office. Councillor would like to go on record in support. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Annabella, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Annabelle Gomes from the Brighton Alston Improvement Association. I'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tony Disadoro, representing the Alston Civic Association. We have submitted a letter of non-opposition. We approved the original request 5 years ago. And given that we last week had a pre-filing presentation of potential future redevelopment plans of the site, we think that the 3-year extension is a reasonable and appropriate solution.
Right. I have no additional raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
All right, can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPA review of screening and buffering and I guess signage if it goes into a full paid lot for 3 years.
Is there a second?
Second,
Second.
Oh, sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
Okay, is that Joe? Yeah, Joe, please record that Mr. Ruggiero is in opposition. All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to call the 12:30 rediscussions. Calling the first case, calling BOA 113-3499, 117 Coleridge Street. This is a change of occupancy from 3 units to 4 unit and legalize a basement unit. Construct a side deck, propose 5 off-street parking. The violation is Article 27T-5. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, multi-family dwelling use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. And Article 9, Section 2, a change in non-conforming use, a change from 3 unit to 4 unit. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself on this matter. Thank you. This is Ligris for the record.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Derek Small of a business address at 51 Dobson Road. With me today on the call is David Choi, who's the architect for the project, and the owner, Jorge Betancourt. Mr. Chairman, we're here today seeking relief to change the legal occupancy of the building from a 3-family dwelling to a 4-family dwelling. Legalizing the existing basement unit, erecting new side decks, and there will be a solar panels on the roof, and creating 5 off-street parking spaces. Zoning sub-district here is a 2F4000. Our lot size is 11,500 square feet. Violations are as follows. MFR is forbidden use, as we are proposing 4 units. It's existing non-conforming. The building height, this sub-district is 2.5 stories, 35 feet. Again, it's pre-existing non-conforming, which is at 3 stories at 34 feet. We're being cited for height because the solar panels will take the height of the building to 37 feet. And then we're cited for the East Boston iPod. I'll stop there and I'll let David Choi go over the basement plan and the floor plans.
Before we do that, remind me why we're in rediscussion. When was this before us before?
This was before us before, and it was misadvertised through the ZBA office, so it had to be re-advertised.
Okay.
Placed in the paper. That's why we were deferred from last time.
Okay, and then just one question about what you said about the height. You're saying if the solar panels were not there, it would not be in violation, but because they are there, that's the violation?
The existing height without the solar panels is at 34 feet,
Okay.
so it'll be below that. But I'll let David go ahead and go through the presentation of the plan. David?
Is Mr. Choi on?
He is, yeah, he's been unmuted. David, can you hear us? We're having some connectivity issues, but he is on. He's on as a panelist.
Hi, Mr. Chair, this is Tom. I think we may have lost Eric Robinson from the Zoom.
I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, you did, but I'm back. Thank you.
What about David? I don't know if David's been unmuted. Jessica?
Yeah, he's on as unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Oh, go ahead, David. Yep.
Okay, great. Yep, thank you very much. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Small. So essentially, we are trying to create as much light and walkout spaces and egress wells for the existing basement unit. The current ceiling exceeds 7'6" and we're trying to, there are existing spaces there, and we would like to essentially legalize the existing use as a fourth unit, 3-bedroom, and there will be a walkout right off of the proposed lower level unit living space. And so that patio would serve as foundation for the side decks that would be added onto the side of the upper units. And the first floor wouldn't actually have that side deck addition in order to allow for all the natural light to come into the lower level unit. Again, we provided the existing floor plans of the units, and there will be minor renovations on the interior spaces of the upper 3 units, but primarily the application was to apply for legalization of the existing basement unit.
And Mr. Chairman, keeping in mind again, 7'6" ceiling height, the building will be fully sprinklered, and we have full-size window wells.
What is the, Mr. Choi, what is the, in the basement unit, what is the floor to grade height?
My drawings are indicating 3.5 feet.
And is there a slope in the topography, or is it all consistently 3.5 feet all the way across?
I would say 6-inch variations, but consistently 3.5 feet around.
So the walkout, you have to step up to walk out, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's like 3 steps, a couple of steps up.
I can count.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are good. So I just want to make sure we, the board, understand. So we're legalizing the basement unit, which obviously we have an issue with generally. However, so you are creating basically a man-made outdoor space for the basement unit that'll be dug into the ground, but it'll be at plane with the lower level. So it's not, and this is on the right-hand side of the plans if you want to switch to that. And then, so that has a stair out, and then there's also a second means of egress that's a stair out to the sort of page down, and the egress windows. Is that, am I just making sure that I'm understanding what you're proposing?
Yeah, that plan that you're seeing now are the existing floor plans.
A101, go to A101.
Yeah, and all units will maintain 2 means of egress, plus egress wells for all the bedrooms, plus sprinklers for all 4 units.
A101 is, this is the plan. I just want to, I want the board to understand on the right. So those look like sliding doors that open out to it's yes, below grade, 3.5 feet, but it is an area that will be used coplanar with the lower level unit. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Robinson, and we'll maintain that egress stair that is to the lower right-hand corner of that basement plan. And it will have also a stair that goes to the first floor in the upper left-hand corner of that basement plan. So it actually has multiple means of egress out from this unit. We're trying to put in as redundant as many light wells, egresses out, patios, sliding glass doors, as open space as possible. We're not restricted by your typical East Boston neighborhood where you have a very narrow alleyways and side yards. This is a very atypical East Boston condition where the lot size is exceeds 11,000 square feet. Very, very open space,
So, Mr. Choi, the sliding glass doors open out onto a patio, and then there's stairs that go up to the grade. That's correct?
Yes.
And how wide is that patio?
I'm looking. It's going to be in the range of 8 feet wide.
Okay.
One additional question. Just because I don't quite understand it, and maybe I should look harder, but can you just explain the parking real quick to me, just so I can understand how the balance of the site is being utilized? Because it is an odd-shaped site, and I just want to make sure I understand that.
Right. Let's see, I'm gonna. So if you go to A100, we have a site plan A100. We have 4 parking spaces in the front, and we'll have 4 parking spaces in the back, towards the back fence.
Where are the parking spaces in the front?
Are you looking at a sheet A100? Yeah, you can see actually that bush in the upper left-hand corner. That's going to be removed, but that would be a parking space.
So where it says area A or where area whatever, it's a little small. But
Yeah, when you have the cursor, so if you go up a little bit, if you scroll up, you can see
I see those four in the back.
That's the front.
Yeah, I mean,
That's actually the front. If you go to the certified plot plan, I think it's clearer because there's some lines on here. At least that's what I wanted to verify. So this is just showing a driveway with no front yard parking. And then looks to be dashed in parking in the back. I guess I assume, front yard parking, I don't know, I assume it's not allowed here, so that seems to be a slight issue. I would assume the site plan.
But I'm just disoriented. Is the front of the building pointing toward the top of the sheet?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
So there's a driveway on the left, it comes down the left side, and then there's 4 spaces in the back. Where's the front parking?
So if you look on the next page, if you scroll down to the next page, that looks like the 4 front yard parking spots, which.
Oh, yeah.
On the top, though, go to the top.
Yeah, no, I understand. So just so you'll know, this board never approves front yard parking.
No, those parking spaces are going to be eliminated. 4 that are shown in the front on that. If you go to the site plan, it only shows the 5.
Okay, so on one of your drawings you have it, and another you don't. So you're saying it's not there.
It's
The
not
65 plot plan does not show front yard parking. That's what I wanted.
Okay.
I wanted to clarify for that, so.
That's correct. And the 5 spaces are in the rear.
Okay, got it. Thank you. No questions, no further questions for me.
All right, it
Thanks.
wouldn't work anyway because the driveway is in the same spot as the.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right, fine. Okay, so no further questions, Mr. Robinson? All right.
No, I'm good. I'm good, thank you.
I think the idea of this patio with the 8-foot patio with the sliders kind of pushes me over towards somewhat more sympathetic to the amount of light in the basement unit.
I agree. I think it's a nice way to try to address the situation.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions from the members of the board? Does anyone want to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, the Office of Neighborhood Services held 3 abutters meetings for this proposal, where the applicant worked close with the abutters and addressed most of the concerns. This proposal received support from Harborview Neighborhood Association, and as well we received 5 letters of support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Michael Panetti from the Office of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, Chair, I have no raised hands for this proposal.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with, I think, just BPA design review related to the site plan and parking.
Yeah, you might, I mean, even though it may not be necessary, I may want to just add a proviso with no front yard parking, just to be clear about that.
Yeah, I agree with that, with no front yard parking. Thank you.
Is there a second?
A second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, have a good day.
You too.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 117-3987, 42 Everett Street. This is a change of occupancy from 7 to 6 unit residential dwelling, erecting an addition and adding a unit into the basement. Violation Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space. Article 27T, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 62, basement units are forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, 6 units is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area per unit. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, excessive number of stories. Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard's insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, dimensional regulations. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restriction. And Article 53, Section 56, off-street loading is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Janice Heaney. With me is Matt Mueller, who's the project architect. Just to correct the record, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, this is a pre-existing 3-unit dwelling. I believe we were back before the board originally, and one of the reasons we took a deferral is we had modified this project to reduce it down to a proposed 6 unit. So it's going from 3 to 6. I believe in the notice it said 7 removed, meaning the proposal for 7 units was being removed. So it is a 3, currently being proposed as a 6. With respect to the proposal, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Yes, that's what I said, Mr. Counselor.
Exactly. I think for purposes of this proposal, if you see here in the rendering, we do have some photos showing the back portion of the existing building. The slope from Everett Street down towards the rear yard is pretty substantial. This actually does permit for a full walkout condition at the lower level. The ceiling height at that level is 8 feet 10 inches, and according to the proposed plans, we do move the bedrooms to the rear of the building and provide substantial light and certainly appropriate egress for the building. One of the things that we were trying to be sensitive to, even though there are a number of projects in the immediate vicinity that do stand at 4 stories, this is a semi-attached building where we do not have ownership of the building immediately to our right, and therefore the renovation of this building did consider a vertical addition. However, we are maintaining this as a 3-story structure from Everett Street. There will be about a 25 to 26 foot addition on the rear of the building, and then the entire building would be reprogrammed for the total of 6 units. The building is currently vacant. It's been vacant for a little over a year. With respect to the actual unit sizes, we do propose 2 of those units to be studios. Those are about 470 square feet or so. There are 2 good-sized 1-bedrooms at almost 775 square feet. There's a 2-bedroom at 1,067 square feet, and then a 3-bedroom at 1,160 square feet. We do propose a roof deck as well. That roof deck would be accessed by hatch, and again, because we are maintaining the 3-story structure, which is consistent with the adjoining building, we do not require any head house, and none is proposed in this instance. For purposes of zoning relief, this is located in the 3F 2000 district. Article 53 requires a variance for a multifamily use, and that's what we are proposing. I would point out, again, I know the board typically likes to understand context. There are numerous multifamilies in this section of Everett Street that is located within relatively close walking distance of Maverick train station. And we do have, as I said, a number of multis in the immediate vicinity of 42 Everett. With respect to the lot size, it does comply, as it does have 2,300, a little over 2,300 square feet, which is above the minimum that's necessary in the 3F 2000 district. We do require relief for the additional lot area for proposed dwelling units. We also require relief for the floor area ratio, which would be increased to 1.98 above the one that is allowed. We were cited for height at 38.5 feet, but I believe that has to do with the condition as measuring the building from the rear of the property. As you can see from the photos, if we can just jump to the existing condition photos, this is a traditional triple-decker building as it relates to the other properties along Everett Street. With respect to parking, we do require relief for that as well, as we would be increasing the number of units above the current condition, which presently does not have any parking. But just to jump back quickly to the height, we don't change anything with respect to the facade itself as it's oriented along Everett Street. There'll clearly be an improvement to the exterior condition of this building as well. We would certainly encourage the owner to work with the abutting property owner to see if there's an opportunity to create some continuity between the two buildings. And again, that would all be part of the proposed renovation for this building. I'm happy to answer any questions of the board.
Mr. Lynn, can you show can we see a side elevation that shows a change in topography from front to back?
Sure. This is a good view here, so it's showing the front of the building as well as the right side of the building. The portion of the right side of the building that's white, obviously is the portion that is connected to the other adjoining building to our right.
Okay, so the relationship of the basement unit, the relationship to grade, what is it at grade, floor to grade at the front of the building, and what is it at the back?
I can let Matt answer the front. The back is 8 feet 10 inches. We do have an elevation. If you believe we go to the next elevation, we show the rear. Actually, next one. I believe that one there shows the elevation a little over 8 feet for the ceiling height.
Okay, so it's a straightforward walkout.
That is correct. We do have an existing condition photo, Mr. Chairman, that does show current conditions actually with a full walkout as well. So even though we are proposing an addition, it is.
And the floor plan is organized in such a way that the bedrooms are toward the rear?
That is correct, and I'm sure Mr. Robinson can verify that as well.
Yeah, okay. All right, how are the drawings, Mr. Robinson?
Drawings are good, actually. No questions on the unit below because it is per the proponent's description. I do have one question because it's not shown on the drawings. What is the roof deck? It's shown on the axons and the aerials, but it is not shown on the technical drawings, I don't believe, unless I missed that. But can you just confirm size, dimension, and it appears pretty far set back from the street edge?
Yeah, I apologize for that, Mr. Robinson. We do have, I believe there's a plan. If we jump back to the floor plan layouts, I believe we do show the roof deck with dimensions, as well as the setback from Everett Street, as well as the rear and side setbacks as well.
So that plan on the right has nothing shown. That's why, at least I don't read it.
I'm sorry, there was another.
Richard, we had gone back and forth with the community about whether or not to do the roof deck. I think they had asked for it, but then we decided not to show that.
I'll rely on the architect. I apologize. I did see it in the renderings as well, but yes, so we did remove the roof deck. I apologize.
Okay, so no roof deck. Okay, thank you. No questions.
Any questions from the board?
there's no parking, right?
Through the chair, Mr. Chair, no, in the current condition is no parking presently, and we're not proposing any additional, and again, within walking distance of Maverick T Station. First block of Everett.
Okay, is there anyone here to testify on behalf of the project?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in opposition for this proposal. At this moment, this proposal didn't receive enough support from the community. The abutters have concerns regarding the number of units, the lack of parking, density, reduction of open space, and the size of the units. And this proposal was voted down by Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Michael Benetti from the Office of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to go on record in opposition of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, City Council-elect Michael Flaherty. The council would like to go on record in opposition. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, here we have letters of support and letters of opposition.
Can you summarize what some of the reasons are in the letters of opposition?
Just pretty much what the mayor's office just said.
Okay.
Sorry, Rachel.
Mr. Chairman, I believe, I'm not sure if Mr. Hampton's on, but I believe this is, the BPDA did have a recommendation on this. I don't want to speak for Mr. Hampton, but I know it may be relevant.
Please don't speak for Mr. Hampton. Any raised hands?
That was a great introduction.
Okay, we do have one raised hand.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we had made a recommendation for the May 4th hearing, where this was deferred for 42 Everett approval with proviso that there be no dwelling units in the basement and that any exterior changes were sent to us for design review.
Okay, and those were made in May, but you continue to hold those views, right?
Yes, the BPDA only makes one recommendation per appeal.
Okay. Madam Ambassador, are there any other raised hands?
Yes, sir. Rachel, go ahead. You've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm Rachel Bloomerth, 184 Webster Street in East Boston. I'm here representing the Jeffries Point Neighborhood Organization. Our organization voted against this project with a vote of 11 in favor and 28 opposed. The residents opposing this proposal are concerned about the reduction in open space, the lack of parking, density and number of units, and the impact on neighbors' sightlines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional raised hands at the moment.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion for denial without prejudice. I just think it's too many units on a 2,300 square foot lot.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion for denial without prejudice passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good day.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1134769, 363 Albany Street. We'll be removing the existing billboard on the corner of the building and installing a new structure, a 2x20 by 60 digital billboard. The violation is Article 64, Section 35, sign regulations. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is Eric Robinson. I'll be recusing myself from this case.
Thank you. Mr. Kindell, are you prepared to review the plans? Nope. You better find Mr. Kindell. Okay, let's,
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
okay, all right, good. All right, let's go ahead. Was the proponent there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with a business address of 11 Beacon Street, here on behalf of the applicant and my client, the Pine Street Inn. And I also have Bob Messier from Dektronics if there are any lighting questions. Again, as was mentioned, this is a proposal, and I want to be clear, to remove 2 existing static billboards. These billboards are existing at the site. If we can go back up, the board could see the actual existing photos. Right, the next one up. Yeah, thank you, Madam Ambassador. So those are the existing boards. Yep, you could just pause right there, and that is the proposed board. We would be replacing 2 larger boards with 2 smaller boards that would be electronic. And we have a slide that'll go into that. If we could just stay on the next slide, please. It says existing and digital conversion. Madam Ambassador, one down. just so if we could go one more down. Right there, perfect. So if you can see, just as compared to what's there now, the size is going to be reduced. So this was approved, these boards were approved by the board back in 2013 for the Pine Street Inn, and they were approved at 2,400 square feet in total. We ended up putting up slightly smaller at 2,000 square feet. So a 20 by 60 and a 20 by 40 static board. We are now proposing 14 by 40.
Mr. Drago, before you go on, you're saying, are those numbers what was originally approved, or are those numbers what is existing?
So the 20 by 60 and 20 by 40 is what's existing now.
But you're saying it's not 2,400 total square feet?
It's not, it's 2,000 square feet. So we were actually approved for 2,400.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure I understand.
Sure. Okay. It's a little confusing, I understand. And so,
Mr. Drago, the operation, is that the 1 a.m. to 7 a.m.? Is that when it's not in operation?
Correct.
Right? Okay. All right.
Mr. Pajero, so right now, the boards are operating 24 hours. And hearing from abutters and also BPDA, we would be blackout from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. under this new proposal. And this will be 45% smaller than its current size. We also, with the digital boards, and we did a lighting test of Tektronix perform, will be a minimum of 25% less in brightness and lighting than what's there currently. So 25 minimum could go up to 35%. Also, just in terms of community messaging, there is none required under existing static boards. We would have a minimum required of 15 hours, and we would be proposing to even go over that. And then obviously content, we're going to be cleaning up this entire board because right now there's footings, there's catwalks, boards, they're there, and they're blocking the windows. If we can go back up, you'll see the picture of the proposed. Now the windows would be exposed. So you can see right now we're blocking them in that picture, and the next one in the proposal. That's the proposal. We're not blocking them. If you go one back up, Madam Ambassador, the board can see that we currently are blocking them and have that staging and catwalk all around them. Again, this board is unique, these boards. So the Pine Street owns the board, owns the building. 100% of the net profit goes directly to the Pine Street Inn for their programming for homelessness and job creation. And these boards, I know this is an economic development area, this zoning district. So this isn't something that we're proposing that's new to the district. There are existing boards there now that are digital, 800 feet down the road, right before the ink block, 600 feet, and then across the other side of the highway are all existing digital boards. Now we would be beyond the 500 feet required by the Outdoor Advertising Board, but just so the board knows, or this board knows, that we're not creating a precedent or something that is unheard of for this area.
So, Mr. Drago, I'm just by the two images, existing and the new, even though you say it's going to be smaller, it actually looks like the one on the left. It doesn't extend, and existing doesn't extend as far. I mean, I like the fact that they are above the windows, the proposed, but it looks like it extends further to the left.
So the one does, the other, so in totality, it gets smaller, but that one side does, because it goes up to.
Okay, because your numbers don't show that, but that, all right. Okay, yeah, keep going, I'm sorry.
So, and then, we've had a very robust community process, and I know there's folks on here that are going to talk about that. We also met with the BPDA, and from our last meeting, because we did defer at the last one, we actually reduced the size of these boards to 14 by 48 to bring down the sizes in general, so.
Okay.
Question.
Mr. Kindell, how are the plans?
Drawings are adequate, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions from the board? All right, let's take testimony. Anybody speak for in opposition?
Hi, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Crucioli from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This proposal went through a rigorous community process. They had an abutters meeting on March 31st, where all concerns were addressed by the applicant. They also presented before the East Berkeley Neighborhood Association and to the West Broadway Neighborhood Associations, both of which provided letters of support. They've also received letters of opposition from the BPDA as well as the Alliance of Downtown Civic Organizations. As a result of the community process and in conversation with the BPDA, Pine Street has reduced the size of the board to fit within the design review standards of the BPDA. The mayor's office recognizes that Pine Street Inn has been a great partner to the community, and we truly appreciate everything they do. With that, we would like to defer to the board. Thank you.
So you're not taking a position of support or opposition?
No, just deferring to the board.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition due to the concerns of neighbors and civic groups across the city regarding the proliferation of applications for electronic billboards in Boston over the last several years. Councilor Flynn applauds the critical services that the Pine Street Inn provides for the most vulnerable in our city, but his concerns remain about not permitting electronic billboards outside of areas designated in the zoning code. Councilor Flynn has also advocated for a moratorium on these proposals until a review has been completed by the city and the BPDA to implement more neighborhood-friendly electronic billboards regulations. Moreover, residents across the South End, District 2, and the city have expressed concerns about light pollution and distracted driving, energy consumption, and undermining the historic nature of our neighborhoods. Councilor Flynn remains opposed to the proposal due to zoning code, public safety, and quality of life issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other raised hands?
Mr. Chair, we do have letters of support, Secretary here, letters of support and letters of opposition.
Okay. Mr. Hampton, could you outline the BPDA's position?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The BPDA's recommendation for the May hearing was for denial. We feel that it's an unnecessary addition to the building. They already have their billboards. I was not involved in any discussions with anyone here at the BPDA, nor Jeff, in terms of size or anything like that. So for the record, our recommendation is still denial.
And was that, when you made that recommendation, was that for the current size that is being proposed today?
The BPDA's policy on all recommendations for electronic billboards is denial, no matter where it is.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I apologize.
Hold on. Madam Ambassador, are there any other raised hands?
Yes, I do have multiple hands raised. I'll start with caller 22, which is a 617-953 number. You've been unmuted. Can you hear us? Hello?
Hi, yes, this is 0482.
Go ahead. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Arturo Gossage. I live at 7 Hudson Street in Boston. I'm from Chinatown. And I am part of the Chinatown Resident Association, and we are opposed to this. We are opposed to this for numerous reasons. The current billboard located at Harold Street and Albany Street is 1,800 feet away from my building at 7 Hudson Street, and light from that billboard is visible in our building. So that puts us outside the 500-foot radius that butters typically are notified in, or I believe it's 300 feet, I can't remember now. The McAllen building on Dorchester Ave is 1,000 feet away. If I'm 1,800 feet away, and they're 1,000 feet away, they're going to be exposed to more light pollution than I am at my building. Let's see. Also, the organizations that supported this, the East Berkeley Association and the Broadway Association, they're not going to be impacted by the light because these lights are not going to be visible to them. That's all I have. If there's any questions, I'll answer questions for people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ford, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Ford Cavallari. I live on Battery Street in Boston. I am chair of the Alliance of Downtown Civic Organizations. First, I want to also state what the city stated, that we certainly support Pine Street Inn. But all of the neighborhood associations within ADCO, and it's all of the downtown neighborhood associations, are extremely disappointed that Pine Street Inn is trying to go down this road. A good organization can do a bad thing, and that's what they're doing here. The presentation tries a sort of Jedi mind trick that the industry always tries, which is to equate regular billboards and digital billboards. They're totally different things. It's like saying, I'm gonna reduce the size of the electrical generation plant, but I'm gonna make it nuclear. That shouldn't be a problem. It's on the same order. That's why electronic billboards are specially regulated by the city, which this application violates, section 11-7 of the current zoning code. And they are specially regulated by the Commonwealth, 700 CMI R3, which this also likely violates because it shines directly into a residential building that's just across the street. Now, our letter shows a picture of what that looks like from inside a building in Chinatown, in the theater district. The theater district has an electronic billboard zone that is approved, and the residences in there are filled with horrible light. Light that's not 30% lower, is nice light. It is a different waveform. It is modulated.
Can you wrap it up? I think we get the idea.
Yeah. So anyhow, I just wanted to say that we are all opposed. This is the third time that these guys have come. Two deferrals. We would like to ask that you guys deny this with prejudice. There is a review going on by the city council as to what the policy should be on electronic billboards. They are a scourge in the city, and we urge you, on bended knee, we urge the ZBA to please deny with prejudice this application.
Okay, you don't have to get on bended knee. Thank you.
All right, we have quite a few raised hands. So just Kenneth, you're next.
Okay, how many raised hands do we have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 additional raised hands. So.
Okay, we'll take 4 if they're all. Depending on if they're all in opposition, we'll take 4 more in opposition. Go ahead.
Okay, Kenneth.
Hello. Yes, my name is Kenneth J. Smith. I'm at 1180 Washington Street. I'm the president of the East Berkeley Neighborhood Association. We are the neighborhood association of which Pine Street Inn resides. And I will be brief, Mr. Chairman, but homelessness is the biggest issue in our city right now. And we love what the Pine Street Inn has done for homelessness, all of their programs, their transitional housing, what they've been doing to help people go from living on the streets to living in the community. And so we wholeheartedly, the entire neighborhood where the billboard will reside, approve this. We are in support of Pine Street Inn. It just feels like not owning up to our citizen responsibilities to just out and out deny something when they could desperately use the funding that will be off at a reasonable point in the evening, later in the evening, as they described to us. So we did not have concerns. We are so happy they will have this funding source. It mostly looks at the 93, which is the point, where people driving down 93 to see it. And we don't see it as noise pollution in our neighborhood. So we wholeheartedly agree. And again, we are the neighborhood association where Pine Street Inn resides.
Thank you.
All right. Maria, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
This is Maria Lyons. I live in Dorchester, but I drive by this area every day to and from work. So I would like to say that it's a very dangerous area. There are multiple entrances and exits going to Mass Ave. There are cars going from the left over to Mass Ave. There are cars going from the right to avoid that. It's hot.
Thank you. I mean, we're aware of the nature of 93 at that point. Thank you.
Yep, Stuart Rose, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Stuart Rose. I am at a butter at 242 East Berkeley Street. We own a 5-story, 50,000 square foot building right near the corner of East Berkeley Street and Albany Street, across from Pine Street. The proposed digital billboard has our enthusiastic support, and we are right next door to it. Its appearance is a huge improvement since it has a contemporary, high-tech look which complements all the neighborhood's new construction, along with the upgrading of the older properties. The lighting is far better since the illumination is adjustable.
Thank you for your statement of support. Anybody else?
Amy, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name's Amy Coolidge. I work at Pine Street Inn. I'm the Vice President of Community and Government Relations. Wanted to share with you a little bit of how we plan to spend this much needed revenue.
I actually, look, we all love Pine Street Inn, and that's not the concern. The concern is about a billboard, and I want to take testimony for and against. Obviously, if you work for Pine Street Inn, you are in support. And we don't need to be educated about the mission of Pine Street. It's phenomenal, and we are grateful for what you do.
And I have no additional raised hands.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application as submitted.
I'll second, Joe.
Do we want, well, I think we'll want BPDA design review on that motion.
For what specifically?
The issue of the hours, the luminage, I mean, they're involved in all the stuff, but anyway, but I mean, there's an issue there because they're in opposition, but.
I would ask that if this were to be approved by the board, that the owner needs to be in conformance with section 11.7 of the code that limits hours of operations, lighting, design review, everything that a conditional use would need to adhere to. I would ask that the board attach that as a proviso for this, even though it is a forbidden use.
I would be okay with that, provided that the BPDA does not have authority to limit the hours beyond what the statute states.
That's fine.
What does the statute state? I'm sorry, what are the hours limitation?
I forget what the hours are at 11.7. I think they might be 6 to 2.
It is, we agreed to go beyond that. We said 1 to 7 because we had heard the BPDA might even be changing that, and our neighbor in the Troy building had asked that. They were in support if we could put those hour limitations. So we were fine at 1 to 7, which would be even longer.
Okay, so let's, hold on, just everybody. So there's a motion that's been made and seconded for approval that includes BPDA design review consistent with the existing statutes.
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, members of the board.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 118-4282, 67 Hopedale Street. This is a change order from a 1 to a 2 family. Renovate kitchens on floors 1 and 2, existing bathrooms, each floor, basements 1, 2, and 3, and exterior rear stair and deck. The violation, Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 51, Section 8, the use is forbidden in the 2F, 1F zone. Article 51, Section 9, side yards insufficient, and Article 51, Section 9, the rear yards insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston. I'm the attorney for the owner of the property, Evan Schwartz. This case was deferred from August 24 hearing for resubmission of our revised plans, which showed 2 things that were done in response to the abutter meetings and our community process, and that was to eliminate any living space in the basement whatsoever and just leave the basement as is, and to remove the proposed parking in the rear yard because the abutters were concerned about drainage and runoff if we paved over that surface, so the rear parking spaces were removed from the proposal. The plans that have been submitted and are showing on the screen now were reviewed by the plans examiner on 9/14 and show essentially confirmation of this existing 2-family dwelling, which has been used as 2 families since an addition in 2006, which was permitted by the prior owner, and has been taxed as a 2-family by the assessing department since 2008. Stop right here, please, at the screen. In addition to confirming the occupancy as a 2-family, the proposal is to add what you see on the right-hand side there is a new egress stairway from the duplex unit on the top 2 floors and an additional landing there on the side, which implicates the side and rear yard existing insufficiencies. That is the essence of what was before you last month. as now shown with the conformed plans, eliminating any use of the space in the basement. The ceiling height is insufficient. It would have required excavation, so that's off the table. And as shown on one of the plan slides, the existing basement condition will remain as is, which is just kind of open basement space and a bulkhead and a tool room to the rear yard. You can see the bulkhead door right there. So no change to the basement. Confirm occupancy as two-family and add rear access stair for the second floor unit.
Okay, so I understand it. So you're looking to confirm existing, the two-family existing conditions.
Yes.
And then the addition on the right, that impacts the side yard setback?
Yes, that's a new access stair, so it,
can you show us, I can't tell from the drawing how close it is to the plot line.
if we go to the first screen, there is, it's shown on the plot plan. The larger portion is about 4 feet 4 inches from the side, and then the smaller landing stair is, looks like 1.9 from the side yard there.
Okay. All right, Mr. Robinson, how are the drawings?
The drawings confirm, as Counselor has described, and no questions from me.
Just out of curiosity, Mr. Lacasse, on the property on the other side, how far, do you have any idea what their setback is? I'm just curious how tight everything would be at that point.
That's a rear yard condition, so it's sort of open space, and that's part of why they wanted no parking in our rear yard, to keep that open space feeling in the backyard areas of these existing buildings.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is there anyone to speak on either in favor or in opposition to the plan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. As you heard from the applicant, they worked closely with the butters. The Mayor's Office initially held a meeting on March 29th. Residents there expressed concerns about living space in the basement and about more of the yard being paved, which would lead to a loss of green space, and concerns about flooding. The applicant worked closely and addressed those concerns and made changes to the proposal. They also met with the Alston Civic Association and received their support as well. It was an existing condition, but we think that these are changes that are going to improve on the property. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Maura McCrae from Councilor Breeden's office. The councilor would like to go on record in being in support of this project.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, we do have a few letters of support.
Okay.
Have a few raised hands.
Any raised hands?
Yes, sir. Yep. Anthony, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tony Disadoro, representing the Alston Civic Association. We would like to go on record in support with the proviso that the units not be rented to undergraduate students. We were very pleased, as been mentioned, that the proponent reached out to the direct abutters. This is an area of Alston that's heavily owner occupied, so we feel there's going to be proper oversight, and with their blessing, we stand in approval of this project.
Is Tony, is that a commitment that the owners made?
I believe so. You can check with Mr. Lacasse, but I believe they have made that commitment.
Mr. Lacasse?
Yes, Mr. Erler.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Maria Lyons, you've been unmuted. Could you state your name and address for the record, please? Hi, Maria.
Jessica, I think she was commenting on the prior.
On the prior, okay, thank you for that. Yep, okay, then I have no additional raised hands. Thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve a BPDA design review.
Second, Lakers.
All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Mr. Ruggiero has a little computer issue. Can we take a 5-minute break? Will that help, Mr. Ruggiero?
Yeah, I'll switch them out. Thank you.
Okay, so let's adjourn for the until 2:15. And you all set with the board back into session? And we have the court remand. Mr. Fortune.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think Eric's not on yet.
Okay, maybe I'll do a.
Yeah, he's on now.
I'm here. Sorry. Yep.
Okay. I'm going to go to the court remand to 1 o'clock, case BOA 1164448, 1778 Columbia Road. For a remand hearing pursuant to the order of Superior Court to determine whether unreasonable site plan conditions are required for the Greenbelt Protection Overlay District compliance under the standards of Article 29, Section 6 of the zoning code. This was to erect a new 3-family dwelling with roof deck and parking garage. The violation was Article 29, Section 4, G-Pod. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I represent Kyle and David Gambone, Platt Development, the applicants under the application. To clarify for the record, the cited G-Pod compliance is not a zoning violation, it's a compliance matter. This is a zoning compliant project requiring Greenbelt Protection Overlay District approval only for a new 3-story, 3-family dwelling on a vacant through lot at 1778 Columbia Road in South Boston. The board on May 18th, 2021 denied G-Pod approval in contravention of established case law. My client appealed that denial to the Superior Court, which issued an order on August 12th, 2021, compelling the board to conduct this remand hearing for further action not inconsistent with the order of the court. Would the board like me to describe the project?
No, I don't think that's really necessary. I mean, I think this is a very straightforward situation. We need to respond to the court remand for the information of the members of the board. The court ruled that the board cannot deny G-Pod relief and can only attach certain conditions to that relief. So we need to adhere to the ruling of the board, and I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a BPDA design review in terms of landscape and to help comply with the outlook, the fabric of the neighborhood.
Yeah, we can only attach certain conditions on the relief. So, so as long as anything that we want to see happen is consistent with those conditions, that's fine, Mr. Ruggiero. So, is there a second?
I'll second that, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion carries and the issue is resolved.
Thank you, Chairman and members.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, this is Tom. I just wanted to clarify the proviso. It was BPDA design review, and then the intention in that review is for the landscaping of the property and for the neighborhood context of the building.
Yes.
Yeah. As long as it's consistent with the authority that we have.
Yeah, the Superior Court will rule on that.
Yeah.
Let us know.
We good? Yep. Call the last case of the day, call the chair. Case BOA 1150574, 153 to 155 Blue Hill Avenue. The petitioner seeks determination that Inspectional Service Department erred in issue of the permit. Permit was issued as an allowed use. Name and address for the record, please.
Well,
Check to see, is it Leela Swenson who's speaking on behalf of this project?
well, the truth is that there isn't a need for someone to speak on behalf. This was someone raised an objection to an ISD ruling, which we then we took that objection and we sent it to the law department, which has issued a memo. And basically, the question is whether ISD erred in the issuing of the permit, and the preponderant, there was no evidence presented that indicated that ISD erred. So I would entertain a motion that the board concludes that ISD did not err in the issuance of the permit.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you all very much for a good afternoon, and see you next time.
Nice job, Chairman.